What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, dir, dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We've got a fun stream planned today. I'm glad you're here. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, and what I dig up during the summers. And not just during the summers, too, also apparently in springtime, like we were doing this past week out in St. George, Utah. If you happen to miss those streams, go back into the VODs and take a look, especially the museum tour that we did with curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew R.C. Milner. It's a ton of fun.
Much larger mysteries still remain.
And Skep79, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And thank you, MedAst29, for following too 3 minutes ago. I appreciate you. On these broadcasts, the whole point is to show you what paleontology is really like. To give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. To give you an opportunity to ask questions and enthuse about stuff and just kind of drink in the beauty and majesty of our incredible planet Earth and its long and storied history of life. All these different organisms that have existed for the past 3+ billion years. The dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg there. Paleontology is so much more than just dinosaurs. So much more than just dinosaurs, but dinosaurs are what I happen to work on, so we do a lot of talking about dinosaurs. So anyway, if you've got questions about dinosaurs, or about any other ancient critters, or extant critters too, modern critters, don't hesitate to ask. Astronomy Show, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that. I really do, Astronomy Show. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 12 months. Thank you for the Prime. I know it doesn't necessarily cost you anything, but it helps support the channel, and that's a big deal, and I appreciate you, Astronomy Show. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, good stuff. We've got a brand new dinosaur to talk about today, CHADITITAN. And yes, the authors of the paper were aware of the meme potential of that name. They really leaned into it, so we'll get into that CHADITITAN. And if we have time, we might even start talking early about this new, weird, two-fingered therizinosaur. This thing has been rumored for a long time. I've been hearing whispers about it for years now, like 10 years at this point. I finally saw photos of the specimen at SVP this past year, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, and it is just published today, I think. So yeah. If we have time, we'll talk about that, but it's so early that the press releases haven't even been published yet. Like, Popular Press doesn't have anything on this critter as of this moment, as far as I know. So we might wait a couple days until that starts getting some real coverage in popular media, popular press, in the news. Because people are going to be pouring in to ask questions about it, so we might hold off for a couple days to talk about this critter in depth. That Titan is a chat. There you go. Archon Shade. Yes, indeed. Archon Shade. What are you talking about? And Duonicus. Yes, indeed. Sloppy Salamander. Duonicus. Two Claws. Cool stuff. I'm excited to talk about it. But, first off, let's go through the chat and say hello to everybody. I'm earlier than I thought I was going to be today, because as it turns out, the University of California, Berkeley campus is on spring recess right now. So there was no paleontology seminar this morning. I didn't end up going to Berkeley. Didn't end up with a long bus and train ride. So I could be almost on time today, which is nice. I saw Kodali and Matt M33 here at the very, very beginning, hours before I started the stream. Hello to you both. You're always here bright and early, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you for your support and your enthusiasm. We've got Claire Burr, and I saw Golganak and Lenina here too. Looneysaurus and Cast Meow Black, Bush Doctor and Disco Fountain, Forced Penguin and Halle Berry, Suave Oreo and Sculpin, Danish Viking and Wave Depletion, The Trek Nerd and The Winger Guarantee, Fall Machine and Lilith Hobo, Taxdu on a 3-stream streak. Welcome back, Taxdu. Good to see you. That means you saw yesterday's stream, and you saw, I guess, Saturday's stream. My last one from St. George so far. It's good to have you back, Taxdu. Astronomy Show, thank you again for the resub. I appreciate you. Nelf, what's shaking? Good to see ya. Pliny the Other. Have I told you lately that I like your name, Pliny the Other? Not Pliny the Younger, not Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Other. I'm pleased you're here. Welcome back. Who else have we got? Did I say hello to you yet, Danish Viking? Hello, hello. Archon Shade. Is it Chad or CHADITITAN? CHADITITAN. Nelf. Yeah, we'll get to it. Draw Curiosity, how are you doing? Welcome back. How are things? I hope you're doing well. Mother of Cats. And, Barian.
No sign of
Howdy.
failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true. I've managed to avoid extinction myself, thanks to the generosity of Query Kyrie. Thank you so much for the 7 months of support. Thank you for that Prime. It makes a difference, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. Who else have we got? Sloppy Salamander. Hello, hello. Always great to see you, Salamander. Hope you're having a good day. Scrolling. Chaotic Time Traveler was shaking with you. Good to see you. Yeah. And Draw Curiosity says Berkeley was one of those rare universities that has labs that do my old field of research. What field of research is that, Draw Curiosity? What does Berkeley do that a few other universities do? They've got a good paleontology program, for one. Yeah. Anywho, let me know if you'd like to share. Otter, do it! How are you doing, Otter? Howdy, howdy. Hope things are good. Black Cat Lady, what's shaking? I'm surprised we don't have a cat here yet, but they might be napping with Lordy right now. Squiggles de Gabos, is this new dinosaur from Africa or just a total broasaurus? No, it's not from the nation of Chad. It is from, I'm presuming, Argentina. It's another one of these South American titanosaurs, probably from Patagonia.
If you're feeling a bit
I think it's from Argentina. We'll see.
Dinosaurs.
And Sculpin, thank you for those 100 bits. Good stuff. Oh, PhD in insect flight biomechanics. Very cool, Draw Curiosity. Modern version of the field founded at Caltech. Oh, nice. But Berkeley also had flight people. Very cool. There's some really cool laboratories at Berkeley. It's, I'm always impressed. Trixie Horror, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I'm curious as to the naming convention. We'll get into that, Squiggles, yeah. Yeah. Draw Curiosity says, just read a paper from some years ago about the Berkeley researchers figuring out honeybees could fly at flight conditions at the peak of Mount Everest. Wow. At the summit. Well, Everest is so tall that helicopters can't fly at that altitude, as I understand it. The air is too thin for helicopter rotors, I have been told. Yeah. Anyways, it's pretty tall, Everest, you know? I've never been to the top myself. Probably won't. There's too many other cool things to do. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know why a honeybee would want to go up to the top of Everest. There's not many flowers up there. But, well, I guess like the old saying goes, if you're a honeybee, why fly to the top of Everest? Because it's there. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho, before I forget, let's do a quick post on Blue Sky here. We'll do a screenshot right after this. Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. Phenomenal. I appreciate it, Golganek. Thank you. Thank you. Kicking off that hype train there. Beautiful. As you see, we've got a brand new sub goal today. We absolutely destroyed the goal yesterday. It was annihilated. Thanks to some very, very generous community members.
As tall as a two-story building, he could
Galara Dragon.
throw almost anything that crossed his path.
Ooh. Easy there, Galara Dragon. But thank you for the 43 months. I appreciate you. Anywho, good stuff. And you missed a museum, says Trixie Horror? Well, let me show you. We've got that up on YouTube now. Thanks to the very dedicated Claire Burr, who's been uploading all of our VODs to YouTube.
All of these people are coming in to be able to help out with this project. It's neat. It's really neat. Yeah.
So yeah, we got to go down here off of the boardwalk onto the actual trackways, which was pretty extraordinary. There.
These things are horrible. They're stupid. We need like a proper gate with a lock on it.
Right.
Anyway, what?
They do need a proper gate there. But here we go. VIP experience here.
Here we go.
Red carpet tour.
Okay. Is you okay?
Yep.
Uh,
I'm just gonna put a couple.
Sure. This is so cool.
Here's a link to that right
where
there.
dinosaurs walked, you know? Yep. Pretty special. You don't get this on a normal tour.
No.
Yeah, think they'll have that on the tour?
Yeah.
We used to take people on. Well, the pros, you know, we take them down here. Mm-hmm. So you can see a lot of these. There's the Brontes track.
Yeah.
We don't have many
Nice.
tracks on the surface. There are 4.
Good old Ubrontes. I've got a 3D printed Ubrontes right here. We actually printed that live on stream yesterday. Currently, the 3D printers are silent. They slumber right now, but we'll get them fired up again some point soon when I've got something else to print. Anywho, yeah. If you weren't here for the past week or so, I just got back from St. George, Utah a couple days ago, where I was helping with an emergency excavation at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site in St. George, Utah. There's an incredible fossil site that is currently slated to be bulldozed and destroyed so the city can build an electrical substation on the site. So there are crews there right now as we speak, doing everything they can to salvage as many fossils as possible while they still have time. Bulldozers are going to be rolling in May, we are told. So, yeah. Anywho, I was there trying to help out, trying to raise awareness, all that good stuff. Let me check real quick to see if we have any news on that. Doesn't look like we've got anything new as of today, but there have been more reporters coming to the site. Let's save that search there. Yeah. And, oh, thank you, Claire. Yeah, this is, one of the volunteers at the site on Saturday flagged me down right before I left, and she's like, hey, I found out about this project thanks to you, Danny, she said. And, she showed me this page here on Reddit. Again, Reddit being used as a force for good in the world? Now I've seen everything, but I'm grateful. This is wonderful. Utah fossil site is about to be destroyed. Paleontologists are asking for your help. There we go. This is a zero-budget project that was suddenly assembled. See this video from Paleontologizing, explaining what's happening. And what is this? Are you irate? What's going on? Are you filled with rage? Do you want to Claire Burr edited this together. Sometimes it helps to talk about these things, you know? What's going on, sweetie pie? She might be upset about the state of science funding in this country. Right now, there's an emergency excavation going on in St. George, Utah, at a really, really important fossil site. Yeah, anywho, good stuff. Thank you, Claire, for posting this. Yeah. Anyway, excellent they're getting this kind of attention. And there should be some more mainstream press coverage of this, too. There have been reporters and news crews coming through, and I even did a couple of interviews. So, yeah, I'm excited. Fingers crossed that we get the support that we need for this, you know? Yeah. And Jim was posting updates on Blue Sky. Let me take a look at that, Ace SP. Here we go. Paleo Jim. Oh, wow. Here we go. Yeah. So the St. George Discovery Site substation paleo salvage is going well. So sad that the Utah Department of Transportation took down signs on the I-15, it's the highway there, to the track site, and visitation was down 50% and people were laid off. So, this makes no sense to me. The Utah Department of Transportation decided that they were gonna, I guess, just take down these signs that existed there so that people couldn't see them. They didn't actually take them away, they just, I guess, flipped the signs around? But anyway, people who were driving through had no idea that the site existed because of this, and visitation went way down, income for the museum went way down, they actually had to lay off staff members. Jim says they're trying to be as self-sufficient as a public institution, and they need help. Yeah. Anywho, there is Jim right there, helping to evaluate these fossils as they are dug up. There's the crew. This must have been, I think this was just after I left on Saturday. Or maybe this was on Sunday. Yeah, because I remember Hannah wasn't there on Saturday. So it must be Sunday. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And Winger Guarantee and Hayes System, I know it might seem like that's malicious. I think it's more incompetence. The Utah Department of Transportation is a state agency. They are not part of the city of St. George. So, like, those are two entirely different things. It's not like they're in cahoots or anything like that. I've got no reason to think that they are, at least. Does that make sense? Anyhow. But yeah. And Jody Fish said, did Jaleesa say anything about shipments and supplies coming in? I haven't spoken with Jaleesa since I left, but I did talk to Andrew on the phone yesterday. And, yeah, he said that they've had another shipment of wheelbarrows. I think somebody purchased 2 different wheelbarrows off of the Amazon wish list, don't know if it was 1 or 2 different people. So that is going to be a big help. They've had enough picks. I don't know if he meant like over-the-shoulder picks or if he meant like, you know, ice picks. But they've got enough of those, so they're, I think, taking them off of the wish list. And there's another big like contractor company. They're trying to work out donating some time and some equipment, heavy equipment, for more excavation, moving more of these giant piles of overburden and everything. So good news all around. Anywho, yeah. With that being said, actually, let me see if I can call up Andrew live on stream and let's see if I can put him on speaker. And we'll see if we can get an update. Here we go. I'm going to give him a call. And then if he agrees to be put on speaker, then we can put him on. Trying to get some updates about the current state of things. And hang on, let me make sure that my headphones aren't currently... Nope, they're not. There we go. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? Hope you're getting some rest, yeah. Nice. Hey, I'm on stream right now. Can I put you on speaker so everybody can hear you and we can get a quick update about the site? Okay. There we go. Chat, let me know if you can hear Andrew here. But yeah, Andrew, can you... So you were just saying you're back in your office right now?
Yeah. Just making some updates on the Amazon wish list.
Nice.
Yep. And getting out of the sun for a little bit. It's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Temperatures are going up in a hurry.
Shoot. Yeah, and things get hot in St. George, so yeah. I'll have to plan for that if and when I come back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's getting warm. Anyway, we just put in big orders for shade tarps. So Dawn de Blue's tarp system.
Excellent.
We'll be able to have 5 or 6 panels. I think it's Dawn said. So we're getting all the materials arriving. It's all arriving on Saturday. So we'll have a lot more shade with all this upcoming heat.
Excellent. Okay.
Also, Handy Excavation brought in a great big track hoe today.
Oh, nice.
And they just did a round with actually we got a little bit of a free car wash. Anyway, big water truck.
Uh-huh.
And they've went down the whole area and they've got that parked. So I think they're going to be ready to start moving the big rock pile tomorrow morning.
Fantastic. Wow. The one that's just like between the quarry and the museum, that giant berm right there?
Yeah, and plus arranging all of the other stuff, so getting all the junk the people have dropped and getting that into one pile so it can be transported to the dump.
Nice. Okay.
And then sorting out all the big blocks.
Uh-huh.
So also clearing a road for us into the quarry, the track site that's directly across the street.
Okay.
So we can still access it when we need to. And we do occasionally go across the road and do some work there.
Okay.
Selena Suarez from University of Arkansas is here.
Oh, nice.
They're newly finished doing stratigraphy.
Uh-huh.
So more detailed stratigraphy of the site where we're quarrying and comparing it with the section Jim Kirkland and I did a few years ago, back in 2006, and then we updated it again in 2014.
Nice.
Today we actually, Dustin Slough and myself, I actually busted the rock. I pulled out this big started pulling out this big block.
Uh-huh.
So getting under the block and displacing it, and as I did, suddenly Dustin started freaking out because he could see a dinosaur tooth on his side of the rock that I couldn't see from the rock that I just dislodged.
Uh-huh.
So Dustin and I are taking credit for the discovery together.
Nice. Okay, okay. So
Yeah,
look like
I sent you a photograph of the tooth.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up. Does it look like a theropod tooth? Let's pull up the photo.
Yeah, it's a theropod tooth, and the tip of the tooth seems to be broken away, so not abraded like we normally see.
Uh-huh.
But it's got very small serrations all the way down the edge of the tooth.
Right.
Well, it's a pretty tooth.
It's beautiful. Yeah. Is that a worn facet at the end, like from punching through fish scales?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is that like a worn facet at the end from punching through fish scales?
I don't think in this case it is.
Okay.
Hard to tell. I think it's just been abraded and possibly damaged when I busted open the rock.
Gotcha. Okay.
We couldn't find the chips. We think they probably just turned to little tiny fragments.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I don't know if it was abraded, like for chewing on semi-noted fish scale, fish and wearing down their teeth. What else? We got a little croc-like tooth yesterday. We pulled out 3 more fish from the lower bone bed, and another one just got jacketed today.
Nice.
It's almost ready to pull out.
Okay.
These are smaller ones. We've moved most of the crew to the top, so we're processing a big area on the top now. We're working more systematically from the edges, working inward.
Okay.
We had some of the less experienced folks in the last couple of weeks, and they were just kind of randomly digging holes.
Yeah.
And then when they found a big bone, the question is, how are you going to get it out now?
Yeah, when you're just digging a rat hole straight down, it's tough to... Yeah.
Better work systematically from the edge. So, anyway, it's going really well. We've had 3 different reporters at the site today.
Fantastic.
Yep. And like I mentioned, did I tell you Handy Excavations here? Yes, I did.
You did, yeah. Yeah, we've got a link in the chat, too, so we're trying to give them some good press.
Yeah. So, the guy's name is Joe Young, and then 2 of his other co-workers have been chatting with me. And we've come up with a plan on how to move forward, which is really good. So, we're going to see a lot of activity tomorrow.
Excellent.
For sure.
Oh, what else do you need on the wish list while you're... Because you said you were modifying that right now. How are things looking supply-wise?
I'm just about ready to... I'm looking for it on my email right now. We need loops, so the little hand lenses.
Yeah. Okay, jewelry loops. Yeah.
That would, really, really handy. There's a few things I want to pull off the wish list.
Okay.
Gypsonas. So the gypsonas we've been ordering, they're 3 inches, and I want to get the 6-inch ones.
Gotcha.
They're a little small.
Yeah.
So we need to move something slightly bigger.
Okay.
They're just easier to work with. I mean, the small ones are great. I mean, we've just received another batch today, and we've had a whole group of sledges arrive, like 4-pound sledges, which is fantastic. Whisk brooms, we just received a big order of those.
Excellent.
We're if we can get one more roll of burlap, I think we'll pull that off the list.
All right.
We're good for plaster now with a donation of 100 bags of plaster. I don't know where we're going to put it all.
Somewhere dry, hopefully.
I'm definitely not turning it down. We might be set for the next few years.
Yeah.
Several
man.
years of field work. Now all we need are pickup trucks to transport all this stuff around when we go and do field work.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but and all the donations that are coming in, it's just amazing. The press is really helping. This is going above and beyond just this quarry. the publicity we're getting. There's now people talking about the Natural History Museum and repository, so the word is spreading.
Excellent.
No, it's fantastic. I can't express how thankful I am to everybody that's helping. It's incredible.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, and thank you for all of your hard work. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Don't run yourself ragged over this, because...
Oh, no, I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to take a day off probably this weekend and stay home for a day.
Well deserved. Yeah. Spend some time with the family.
Take a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you probably... It's hard to stay away.
It is. Yeah. I felt bad driving back to California, but I had so many things I had to take care of here. I'm hoping about mid-April, or maybe around like April 10th or so, maybe I'll be able to come back, but we'll see. I'm shooting for mid-April at this point, so we'll see how that works out.
There's also a rumor circulating that the city may push back the construction date.
All right. So okay, that would be excellent.
We may gain more time, but of course, St. George. Ooh,
yeah.
It gets hot.
Yeah. The later in the year, the hotter it's going to be.
Oh yeah. So anyway, it's all really good. Things are moving forward.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time, Andrew. I'll let you go. Good luck with everything, and thanks for letting me put you on the spot. People in the chat are really excited, and they're grateful for you taking the time out to talk to us.
All right. Thanks to you and everyone.
All right. Thanks again, Andrew.
Sure.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
All right. Excellent. Very, very exciting. Things are starting to work out. Things were looking pretty dire there for a while. But, when communities pull together, it's amazing what we can do, Got to keep getting the word out? Exactly, Jody Fish. Exactly. Yeah. Let's take a look at that wish list here. Thank you, Claire Burr, for posting that. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, so we'll probably see this change throughout the day as some of these items get subtracted and new ones get added. But this has been, yeah, it's impressive what communities can do when they pull together, just like I said. Cloverscent says hi. Welcome, Cloverscent. I don't recognize that name. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you, Mama Bonbon.
Beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Thank you for the 41 months of support there, Mama Bonbon. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Phenomenal. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says that'd be amazing of them to draw that construction date back some. Yeah, the only thing is, like, the further back you push that, the hotter and hotter it gets in St. George. It is, yeah. Southwest Utah, like that. It's pretty close to Las Vegas. Man, does it get hot there during the summers. But, hey, I'm game for it. I've worked up near Moab at the peak of summer heat. So, put my sun helmet on, put on plenty of sunscreen. Some clothes might have to come off. Might have to lose the shirt, but anything for science, Anyway, yeah. And then Denny can get ready for his regular summer dig season. Yeah, Kodali, we'll see. I'm just really excited about the success that we found there. Andrew shared a few more photos too. Yeah, here we go. Another big old excavator coming in. There's Fossil Ridge Intermediate School there. And so the quarry is just off to this side over here. There's the area where we would park. There's Jim's vehicle. You can see the Department of Natural Resources badge on the door. It's the one Jim drove down from Salt Lake. And I think there was another photo as well. Yeah, here we look at that. Oh man. Two giant excavators working in tandem. Yeah. You love to see it. You love to see it. So that whole berm that was there in the quarry, or to the, you know, just to the south of the quarry, between the quarry and the museum, that's all getting taken away. So that we can actually dig in and look for fossils down in the fossil-bearing layer. Because all of that stuff is just, you know, detritus that's piled up. That's a waste pile. It spoils. It's overburden. Gotta get rid of it. And they're working on it. So yeah, big fun with big toys, says Trixie Horror. Yeah. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison said, paint them green and put eyes on each side of the shovel. It reminds me of a clip that we had the other day. Here, let's get into some clips here. There we go. It was here or there? I think it was here.
Yes.
Nope, different one.
That's stream.
Where was that? Where was that? Oh, be quiet, you. Where was that? Oh, be quiet, you. There we go. Well, maybe we don't have it anymore, but there was, well, here, maybe we go top 30 days. There was a backhoe just coming up over the ridge, and yeah, I don't know if somebody clipped it actually. Anyhow, but yeah, it was really cool just seeing that backhoe bucket come up over the ridge. It almost looked like a big sauropod dinosaur just going toward us. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Anyway, while we're here, let's take a look at some clips. I've been encouraging folks since yesterday to clip some more clips so that we've got more fodder for our clips intros. There's one right here from Claire Burr. It's a humorous there.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep. Yeah. Steampunk 5510. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you, Claire, for clipping that. I've actually added that to the clips reel. And I think it was this one here. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for clipping this. It appears to be stuck. Let's refresh it. To be able to help out with this emergency.
One of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
This was nuts yesterday. Oh, man. I didn't know what to say. Yeah.
Did that really just happen there?
Horror X, thank you so much. Gift subs this minute. 100 gift subs, 3 minutes. This was 250 subs gifted by Horror X.
Horror X, I don't know what to say.
It is Insanity Sacrificial Goat. Holy moly. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Nor the 250 community members who just had a gift subscription. 250 was our goal for the entire week. And just one chatter gifted 250. We ended up, I think, with 302 gift subs. It was pretty extraordinary. Yeah. We had a salute for Claire Burr, clipped by Charlie's Dragon. And also, Charlie's Dragon was, I think Charlie's Dragon wins the Goat of the Day award, the greatest of all time of the day, for clips yesterday. Dear Professor Danny, thank you for the insightful stream discussions and analysis on birds. When I took drawing and painting classes, my teachers mentioned tarot birds and the keel of the sternum, which helps with flight. If I hadn't learned about these topics throughout your streams, I would not have understood what they were referring to. So thank you. Anyway, yeah, Charlie's Dragon, our goat of the day, our clips goat of the day. We gotta come up with a better name for that. But for now, it's the Clips Greatest of All Time of the Day award. It goes to you, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. What accent is that? Borat's Western cousin. Yes, indeed, Arle. Yeah. To my dear cousin Borat, I have missed you so upon your journey back to Kazakhstan. That's the classic, archetypical Ken Burns Civil War documentary song. Ashokan Farewell, I believe it's called. Yeah. It's a good song. Yeah, Quickcat says yes. Yeah, yes indeed. Anywho, we got through our clips. We got an update about the project down in St. George. Very excited about that. It's almost time to get into some fossil news here. Oh, but first, let's do a Blue Sky post before I get further distracted. Let's see if I can be photogenic enough for just long. There we go. That'll work. Let's clip it and ship it. Quick screenshot. Post to Blue Sky. Let folks know that we're live. Save as. Come on. There we go. We just got an update from Andrew Trax about the improving situation at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. And now we're going to discuss some paleontology news. We're going to catch up on some paleontology news, including CHADITITAN. So feel free to join us and hang out at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we are. Alt text. Screenshot of Twitch stream with me in my office. With some Titanosaur. Okay, some framed Titanosaur prints. A 3D printed Erlikosaurus skull. Some cut cycads and other paleo paraphernalia. There we go, looks good. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Did I spell paraphernalia correctly? I hope I did. It's paraphernalia, right? Copy link to post and to paste. There we go. Oh, and Gamers Tavern Show, welcome back. It's wonderful to have you. I'm sorry you've been in the hospital. Only recently started getting some independence. Good news is I can walk again. Congrats, Gamers Tavern Show. Really happy to hear that. I'm sorry you were out of commission for a while. I'm glad you're mobile again. On your legs, even. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I'm glad you've returned. And I hope you're continuing to recover there. Paraphernalia. I'm pretty sure that's how I spelled it. Here we go. Paraphernalia. Copy. Paste. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, if anybody wants to interact with that post, the link is there in the chat. If you want to help juice that, bring new people in. Oh, and thank you, Claire and Ace SP. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. But 18 notifications, holy moly. Superb. Yeah, and I want to show you something too. Before we get to CHADITITAN, I missed a lot of news while I was in St. George, kind of a little bit detached from the world. I had internet there, but didn't get to check it very often. So busy with the excavation and helping out with things in camp and everything. Missed some fossil news. And so this morning, right as soon as I woke up, I slept in this morning, so I got up at like, I think it was almost 7 a.m. Got my phone out to turn on the lights. There's a notification. And the notification said, oldest known ceratopsian horned dinosaur discovered in Morocco? I said, what? If I'd been drinking some water at the time, it would have been a spit take. It would have gone everywhere. The femur shows distinctive traits observed exclusively in ceratopsians, confirming their existence in the Middle Jurassic. Like, no, wait, what? Ceratopsians, again, are the horned dinosaurs. They're known pretty much entirely from North America and from Asia. And I said, this doesn't sound right. Ceratopsians are your beloved horned dinosaurs like this, and their kind of more basal relatives. Things like Zuniceratops, Protoceratops, Psittacosaurus, Yinlong, etc. So far, the earliest known ceratopsian that we have is Yinlong, and it is from, I think, the earliest Cretaceous of China. It could be latest Jurassic. Let's take a look. Beautiful skull. Late Jurassic of China. Okay. So to have a ceratopsian from Africa, where they've never been discovered before, and from the Middle Jurassic was just bonkers. And I said, this can't be right. Well, as it turns out, it was not right. So here's what I posted earlier today. Shot. Chaser. This article was written with the assistance of a news analysis system. Brother,
this guy stinks!
Ew!
So more AI slop nonsense garbage. Yeah, never trust that. Exactly, Quake Cat. Yeah. Ceratopsians are a group of herbivorous dinosaurs characterized by a bipedal posture. That is not the case. While the earliest ceratopsians, things like Yinlong, probably were bipedal, your derived ceratopsians, absolutely not. These guys are not bipedal. And then I realized what was going on. The thing is, this, you know, I've heard before, I never read the Jerusalem Post, but I hear it's a rag, just... Yeah. It's not good. Anyway, by Jerusalem Post staff. So, they didn't even put, like, a writer's name on it because it wasn't really written by a person, it seems. Nobody wanted to put their name on it. This is AI generated. It's not completely made up out of whole cloth. What they did is they apparently took a press release, ran it through an AI generator, so they put it through the mistake-making machine. And of course, the mistake-making machine made some mistakes. That's what AI does. It hallucinates. And so, what it got wrong is that this is the earliest known ceropod. C-E-R-A-P-O-D. The ceropods are it's an evolutionary group of dinosaurs that includes the ornithopods, the ceratopsians, and the pachycephalosaurs. Their powers combined are Ceropoda. They're all each other's closest relatives. They all evolved from a common ancestor. So it's Ornithopoda and Marginocephalia, basically. Together they are the Ceropods. And so the AI got Ceropod mixed up with Ceratopsian, and thus you end up with a headline which is just absolutely incorrect. So, yeah. What do you think about that, Sweetie Pie? As disgusted as I am? Just don't use AI to... Exactly, Trixie Horror, exactly. Yeah. Ace SP says, so the AI thought they spelt it? Well, it doesn't think. Artificial intelligence, AI, is not actually artificially intelligent. It's just, it's glorified, like, autocorrect / predictive text. Like, it's much less magical than people seem to think it is. It's kind of amazing how many people have been fooled by all the AI hype. But, yeah. So anyway, was posting about this. The actual paper is really cool, and we're going to take a look at that here. It is open access. But I wanted to notify the authors, and I haven't heard anything from them yet. But, yeah, Susie Maidmont, Paul Barrett, Richard Butler, Ahmed Osu. They were the only ones I could find on Blue Sky so far, who are from the author list. But, yeah. And then I was talking with my old friend Ash Poust about this, too. He chimed in. Where was that? Ash wrote, nah, ain't clicking on that. Bad enough when the byline is staff. Why should I read it when nobody could be asked to write it? Exactly, yeah. But yeah. I said, it's off, alright? And how long will it be until Google picks this up and starts offering AI summaries? Because that's how these things work. It'll crawl the web for information, and, you know, AI doesn't know the difference between false information and true information. That's why you could get, you know, AI results in Google that, like, how many rocks should a human being eat every day? You've seen examples of this, right? Oh, you know, a healthy person should eat several rocks every day. Yeah. AI overview from Google. How many rocks shall I eat? According to geologists at UC Berkeley, you should eat at least one small rock per day. They say that rocks are a vital source of minerals and vitamins that are important for digestive health. Dr. Joseph Granger suggests eating a serving of gravel, geodes, or pebbles with each meal, or hiding rocks in foods like ice cream or peanut butter. I think it actually took that from an Onion article. So yeah. Yeah. It is really annoying that Google image search just like Reddit stuff is like first and foremost on it. I almost want to block that because on Reddit it's really difficult to like embiggen images. You can't just right click and then do open image in new tab. Like it doesn't work. So anyway, Sweetie Pie. Can I get you some treats? Is that what you're here for? Yeah, okay. All right, let's make that happen, shall we? Go, Sweetie Pie, yeah. DM Wing says it's bad enough that satire is dead, now its corpse is being animated by mindless LLMs. Exactly, DM Wing. Yeah. Here, let's do it. Yeah, quick kitty cleanse there for Dorosaur. You want some treats? Yeah? Okay, let's make it happen. Well, anyhow, I haven't heard from the paper's authors yet about what they think about this. What's funny is that there were another couple of articles that also got things wrong, but that was just like human authors making mistakes, and it wasn't nearly as egregious as the AI. The AI was like 10 times worse. Yeah. Anywho. And Gamers Tavern shows his trick for Google Images, set it to search for images prior to 2022. I did that earlier, Gamers Tavern show, and it, oftentimes we're looking for images, like recent images of new dinosaur taxa and stuff. And so those images are usually like a week old at the oldest. And so it kind of hampers what I need to do. Sweet Pie, look! You got treats. Come here. Oh. Come here. What are you doing? You being a goober? You being a goober? Look. Those are for you. Look at those. Oh. What? Look. Alright. Do you want to get brushed? Oh, there's Sweetie Pie hair, or there's Mini Pie hair on it, rather. Like, I would like to eat that. You're not going to eat that. That's not for eating. She always tries to eat Mini Pie's hair off of the brush, or off of the ground. I don't know why. You're kind of obsessed with Mini Pie, aren't you? It's funny. Sweetie Pie really looks up to Mini Pie. She, like, adores... She's fascinated by her. Huh. Yeah. You want to grow up to be Mini Pie? Funny, because you're about the same age. Yeah. He says, look at me. I am the streamer now. I am the streamer now. Aw, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Wow, all this excess fur. I know it's getting warm in the house. We had the AC running earlier. Let's get rid of some of this. Cool you off a bit, huh? You like that? Yeah. I got a fan going and it just blew it right in my eyes. Ugh. There we go. What? Oh. So much hair. Yeah, Lenina. It's a lot. It's a lot. You got a lot of hair. You know that? You got a lot of hair. And you're getting it right in... Stop. It's going right in my drink. Look at that. just a chaos engine, sweetie pie. You know that? I know you can't help it. Look at me with those eyes. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Anywho. What do you want? What'd you come here for? You just want attention? It's because Lordy's asleep, huh? And Ios is at work. He's like, I'm gonna get some Danny time. I don't care if he's streaming. No. You don't care. It's okay. Let's see. Speaking of AI and stuff. This is not quite the one that I was thinking of, but apparently it's really bad at this kind of thing too. Here, I'm trying to switch. There we go. My browse. A farmer needs to cross a river with 69 chickens. The boat only has room for 1 human and 2 animals. What is the smallest number of crossings for the farmer to get across with the 69 chickens? So pretty easy riddle there. He's got 69 chickens. Nice. A lot of chickens. So 1 human and 2 animals. So that's going to be 35 crossings, right? Easy. The classic riddle, says the AI, involving a farmer, a river, and 3 items, the fox, the chicken, and the grain, comes to mind. In this case, we have 69 chickens instead of the usual trio. Let's solve it. Farmer takes 1 chicken across the river. Step 2, he returns alone, 1 crossing. Step 3, the farmer takes another chicken across the river. Step 4, he leaves the second chicken on the other side and takes the first chicken back, 2 crossings. The farmer now takes the fox across. Fox? What? So anyway, the point is, this sort of thing isn't magic and it isn't actually artificially intelligent. It's a glorified autocorrect. It's a glorified autocomplete, you know? That's all that these large language models are. They're just trying to predict the next word that comes in the sequence. And they're incredibly energy intensive. Like, the amount of electricity that it used to generate this, it's probably something nuts, you know? Like, you could probably charge up an electric car with half of that or something. I don't know the exact figures on it, but I just know that it's extremely inefficient. So, I don't know. It's the latest, like, tech fad. It's not gonna be too long till this stuff blows over. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, presumably we had the same thing with this. Thing is, once Google crawls the web and gets to this point and incorporates this into their language model, is it going to start saying that the oldest ceratopsian fossils are from Morocco? You can try that real quick. Where are the oldest ceratopsian fossils from? Let's see if it's already been corrupted. Okay, no, okay. It still says Northern China and Mongolia, which is correct. I think that's supposed to be Yinlong right there. But let's check back in maybe a week and see if it's picked up this bad information. It'd be interesting to see. Anyway, we're going to take a look at the actual paper here. The real stuff, not corrupted by AI. And thank goodness, this is open access here. Yeah.
Access granted.
There we go. Here's a link in the chat for you. And Game Over says AI is going to blow over? To a certain extent, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of these huge companies are massively overvalued, and things like OpenAI, like, that's definitely a bubble, and it will burst, and it's gonna be bad when that happens. They are just, a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. Anyhow. But yeah. And Morocco and New England connected in the Middle Jurassic. I think at that point, Weird Adult, they had separated. I think it's not like in the late Triassic when Pangea is still all together, and you could walk from, you know, what is today New York City to Casablanca. I think at this point, you've had that rift starting to occur. Here. Let's pull up an approximation of what Earth would have looked like. Yeah, about 170 million years ago. Yeah, you've already got that rift starting to open up. The very beginnings of the Atlantic right there. So trying to get from New England to Morocco, you definitely get wet. Unless you take a long trip around. You could swim that, Salamander? Easy. Nice. Well, maybe not with, maybe not with critters like this trolling those depths. You know, ichthyosaurs at the time were pretty big and pretty dangerous, presumably. Yeah. Big fishy, says Fedorasaur. Fedorasaur, you know very well that that's not a ray-finned fish. This is an ichthyosaur, a kind of marine reptile. The name ichthyosaur does mean fish lizard, and technically, phylogenetically speaking, the best kind of speaking is phylogenetically speaking. These are fish, but all tetrapods are fish. All animals with bones are fish, because they all evolved from a fish ancestor. Yeah, and they do look really cool. Fultion, yes indeed. Yeah, cool animals. So in the Middle Jurassic, I think that's when ichthyosaurs are starting to get kind of outcompeted by like pliosaurs, if I remember correctly. I think you have things like Romaleosaurus, that might be Middle Jurassic. So these big stocky plesiosaurs like this. Yeah, they would have been pretty formidable too. What age is Romaleosaurus? Is that Middle Jurassic? Early Jurassic, 183 to 175. Huh. Okay. Anywho, yeah, not a critter that you want to attract the attention of when it's hungry. Strong lizard. Romaleosaurus. CosmoQuest? Hey, thanks for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing, CosmoQuest, and welcome Raiders. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I appreciate you bringing everybody in. We are about to talk about this paper right here. We just saw a terrible article from the Jerusalem Post that just completely butchered this because they used AI and they got the headline completely wrong. That was right here. Oldest known ceratopsian. This is not a ceratopsian. It's a ceropod. Like a very basal ceropod. So basically it's so early, it's before ceratopsians evolved. But anyway. Yeah, we're going over some fossil news here. So welcome CosmoQuest and Raiders. Again, I hope your stream was an excellent one. Doing some science outreach and our... Bingo, there's our paper right there. So, Sauropodon dinosaurs, that's not a taxonomic group, that's not a clade that a lot of people in the general public are familiar with. But Sauropoda are the dinosaur... Here we go. Well, for once, Encyclopedia Britannica providing something of use. It's copyright 2002. Oh boy, that was a while ago. Anyway, this still holds true. In the Ornithischia, the bird-hipped dinosaurs, as opposed to the Sauriscia, the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Lizard-hipped dinosaurs actually give rise to birds. Birds are part of Tetnure. Anyhow, the Ornithischians, these are all beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. And so you've got a major split kind of early on in Ornithischia. You get the Sauropods. Well, and even earlier than that, you've got these basal Ornithischians. And then you get the Thyreophorans. Thyreophorans are your armored dinosaurs. So that's the Stegosaurs and the Ankylosaurs. Yeah, Thyreophora. So Ankylosaurus, Stegosaurus, Gastonia, Scutellosaurus, Scelidosaurus. These are all Thyreophorans. On the other side of Ornithischia, you have these Sauropods. That's comprised of the ornithopods, including our duckbill dinosaurs and other iguanodontians, the pachycephalosaurs, and the ceratopsians, the horned dinosaurs. They're all part of Sauropoda. This new, very fragmentary dinosaur from Morocco, the authors are claiming this is the basalmost sauropod, so the earliest member of this group, which is a bold claim. Let's take a look at the paper. So yeah, here to start with, the Sauropodon dinosaurs were an Ornithischian clade. These are the beaky plant-eating dinosaurs with the bird hips. They're superficially bird-like, but it's not the group that gave rise to birds. It's confusing. The sauropods achieved a global distribution in the Cretaceous period. The ichnological record, so footprints mostly, suggests that these dinosaurs had evolved by the Middle Jurassic, but only a single Sauropodon body fossil, an isolated femur near the from the Calovian of the United Kingdom. Calovian is a stage within the Jurassic period, is known from this interval. In order to elucidate, to explain and explore the early stages of Sauropodon evolution and to help resolve the many phylogenetic inconsistencies in the clade, all these weird spots in the family tree that kind of mess things up and get confusing. New specimens, particularly from historically undersampled localities, are needed. So basically, like I always say, we need more fossils to really understand this group. Where it comes from, what's its earliest history, what do those critters look like in, say, the Middle Jurassic? So herein, we report the proximal femur. So this is the part of the thigh bone that connects to the hips. So this is going to be the femoral head and the top of the femur, top of the thigh bone, of a Sauropodon dinosaur. From the Bathonian El Mers III formation of the Middle Atlas Mountains, Morocco. It's so cool seeing more of these fossils get published from Morocco. That is such an understudied and underappreciated country in terms of dinosaur paleontology, especially. The specimen, although fragmentary, and you'll see how fragmentary it is, it's a single bone, and just part of that bone. But it bears characteristics including a femoral head offset on the distinct neck, and a constriction between the head and greater trochanter that unite it with these Sauropoda to the exclusion of the other Neornithischians. So basically they're saying that this part of the upper thigh bone shows that it is a member of this group. It's distinctive enough that it's a smoking gun. They're saying, hey, this shows that this animal is part of this evolutionary group. This specimen represents the world's oldest Sauropodon, the El Mers III formation. Oh.
The search for dinosaur bones begins
Happy
in
nightmares.
a place like this.
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Good stuff. The El Mares 3 formation has also yielded the world's oldest ankylosaur, and the first discovered in Africa, as well as the oldest stegosaurs. Further sampling of these rocks will therefore be crucial for understanding the radiation of Ornithischian dinosaurs. Very cool. So there is an idea that's been around for a while that Ornithischian dinosaurs, the so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs, like Stegosaurus there, that's one of the Thyreophorans. Triceratops and the other ceratopsians are also ornithischians. Your duckbill dinosaurs are ornithischians too. They've got the kind of hip structure on the right there. Ornithischian versus Saurischian. So they've got a backwards pointing prong on the pubis. And they often have like a shelf on the ilium that projects way forward too. The hips vary among these different dinosaurs, but this is your general kind of, these are the platonic ideals of a Saurischian and an Ornithischian hip structure, like that. The Ornithischians have long been thought to have originated in Gondwana, in the southern continents. It's not a new idea, and this kind of further points to that. Even though Morocco is in North Africa, it's still considered part of Gondwana, part of the southern continents. Let's go back to our ancient globe here. So this is around the time that this dinosaur is from, about 170 million years ago, Middle Jurassic. Down south, we've got the supercontinent Gondwana. Prior to this, all of the continents were stuck together in one giant landmass that today we call Pangaea. But Pangaea starts to break apart 220 million years ago, 200 million years ago, 170 million years ago, 150 million years ago, 120 million years ago. The southern continents down here, South America, Africa, Madagascar, India, used to be right here, Antarctica and Australia and New Zealand. These together we call Gondwana, the great southern continents, southern supercontinent. Up north we have Laurasia. That's North America, Europe, and Asia. And so we continue to see these split at points. North America and Asia connect via a land bridge. You get animals and plants being able to move across that land bridge and spread to new regions, spread from continent to continent, etc. Anyway, back to 170 million years ago. The time we're talking about, Middle Jurassic. Morocco up here is still, it's part of Gondwana, the southern continents. And it's turning out to be really important, potentially, for understanding the origins of the Ornithischian dinosaurs in general. Yeah. And Gamer's Tavern Show says, wait, so lizard-hipped dinosaurs became birds, but bird-hipped dinosaurs did not? Yes, Gamer's Tavern Show. I know it's confusing, but yeah. Yeah, here. Here's a lovely kind of family tree of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start right here on the tree. And so, right at the beginning, you get a split between... here, let me... You know what we'll do? There we go. Let's go ahead and annotate this. I'm going to do my best John Madden here, and we'll draw all over the screen. Come on. I'm trying to embiggen this. Blue pen. Good. Okay. Cool. this is not working like it was supposed to. Hang on a minute. Snip and sketch. That's what we want. That's the application. Okay. New. There we are. Excellent. And let's do blue like that. Beautiful. Cool. It's even responsive to how hard I press. Beautiful. Okay. So dinosaurs start right here. So right at the very beginning, you've got a split between the ornithischians over here and the saurischians over here. So the so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs ornithischians are over here. And the saurischians are over here. See, the birds are actually a member of this group. They are saurischian dinosaurs. So the ornithischian kind of like hip shape right here, it superficially looked to early paleontologists like the same arrangement that birds have, with the pubis pointing backwards. And so they called them bird-hipped dinosaurs, because it kind of reminded them of the structure of bird hips. It turns out birds did not evolve from those dinosaurs. They evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. And what's kind of funny is they show a Deinonychus here in this picture. Deinonychus's hips did not look like that. That looks like an Allosaurus's pelvis. Here we go. So saurischian pelvis, you've got the pubis in front, the ischium in back, the ilium up top. Ornithischians, you've got a pubic projection here, but most of the pubis points backwards, along with the ischium, the ilium up top. So this forward projecting pubis reminded them of lizards, and the backwards projecting pubis here reminded them of birds. What the dinosaurs that evolved into birds started doing, though, the Maniraptoran dinosaurs, that whole group that birds spring from, they started taking that pubis and pointing it backwards. That's where birds got that from. So we can see that in this model right here that I have of Velociraptor. I'm trying to take this down without dropping a Diplodocus skull on my head. There we go. Yeah. So here, with this Velociraptor model, you can see that the pubis is pointing backwards, just like in a bird. So the dinosaurs that are closest to birds, very close to the ancestry of birds, you've already got this going on, where the pubis is starting to point backward, like it does within aves, within birds. So I know it's confusing, but the birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. They evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, who started to develop very bird-like hips kind of on the way to birds. Does that make sense? Yeah. So Michael T. Mayer says, so birds are bird-hipped, lizard-hipped dinosaurs? Yes. Yeah, that's not confusing at all. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Lordy says, is the pubis kind of to bring the body down and make room for all of the inner organs? I have a hard time understanding why it hangs down like that. So in the case of some of your theropod dinosaurs, like for instance Allosaurus right here, it's to help support the body weight when the animals are sitting. So this is here back in here, let me find you that photo. In fact, actually, I can find you that part of the stream. This was a couple Fridays ago. When I was giving that talk at Berkeley. Elvis. Pubic boot. That's, oh. There we go.
Uh-huh. Nice, nice.
Some of you were here for this live.
Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Yeah.
So this talk before I gave before the Paleontological Society in Berkeley.
At Cal Day, I think this is not while I was in high school, but I think this is after I moved back to California. The point is, my favorite job at Cal Day was standing under the T-Rex and just talking to everybody about it. Whatever questions they have, some of the most common questions are like, what's the big dangly thing hanging down between its legs? Talking about the big pubic boot right there. So explaining that. Yeah.
It is one of the most common questions that I would get. I'd answer that question like 100 times during that day. This is during the annual open house at the Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley. The one day of the year when the general public can come in and take tours of the collections and all that stuff. So, the Wonkel Rex, this Tyrannosaurus specimen at Berkeley. This is that pubic, the pubis right there, and there's this big keel on the underside of it. Like, what in the world is that? That's the pubis, and the big pubic boot there seems to be adapted for weight bearing. So this is a big, bulky animal, Tyrannosaurus. When it's an adult, it is not small. It is not particularly lightweight. There's a lot of mass there, a lot of bulk. The way they would sit down would be a lot like a chicken. Kind of fold their legs under their body. Here we go, kind of like this. And so that pubic boot helps support their body weight, helps them keep them from crushing their guts as they're sitting down like that. Does that make sense? It's a really cool adaptation, really, when you think about it. There's also muscle attachment and other stuff going on, but I like to explain that as a means of support for the body weight. But yeah. And what's really cool is this is not just speculation that theropod dinosaurs would have sat like this. We have direct evidence of that. When I took this tour with Andrew the other week, last week, we talked about this. Here.
Yeah.
We have fish nets right on those track surfaces just across the road.
So the sitting trace.
I hope this also gives everybody who's watching a better appreciation for, like, next time you go to the beach, whether it's the ocean or a lake or a river or whatever, look for footprints, look for ripple marks. You know, I hope your mind is kind of like, you know, open to being able to see these things now, notice them in ways that you may have overlooked them before.
Okay, so this is one of our big babies that we have at this museum. You can see that Eubrontes track, we had to rock saw that out. That used to be
That's
kind of
this
in
right
the
here.
wall. It does have a digit 1 trace. It's a right footprint.
Okay.
And you can see from the smaller slab close to the wall.
Here, let's go to the
middle digit, so digits reach.
Here we go.
That's all you see.
And
then you see the sitting place.
Oh man, this is our holy grail here. That is so cool. So the trace of a sort of Dilophosaurus-like dinosaur sitting down. That is nuts. So this is like a Dilophosaurus-sized theropod dinosaur sitting down. There's its butt print right there.
The tarsal impressions.
Yeah.
It's actually a double crouch. So it's The first one was a bit obliterated by the second one.
Okay.
And that big crack through the right.
So it was a little bit indecisive. Sat down,
you
went,
can see
scooched
where
forward a
it's-
little bit, sat down again.
What?
Uh-huh.
That's a circular depression caused by the ischial colossus. It's called an ischial colossus.
Right.
So the ischium
Yeah.
on the pelvis
Uh-huh.
touching.
So again, the ischium is, let's see. Well, you can't see it here because it's behind the femur, the thigh bone. But I'll find you another image where you can see it. It's really hard to see from. Oh, here we go. Just look at this. Yeah. So there we go. The ischium is the backwards pointing bone in the pelvis, right there. So the actual cloaca would be behind it. The actual, like, all-purpose urinary and reproductive and everything else orifice right there. The cloaca is right there. Where'd our video go? I have too many tabs open. Here.
It's basically a dinosaur butt.
Dinosaur
That's
butt
the
print.
first one. Then the little light green arrow in front of it points to the set crouch the second time.
Gotcha.
What's
And
really cool,
Semi-Spree,
when
how are
take
you doing?
measurements
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
between the butt prints and the two crouching traces, they equal up. So everything matches up perfectly in terms of measurements.
Very cool.
Yeah, so you can see the left and the right foot with metatarsals.
Uh-huh.
And what's really important, you can see where it says left hand and right hand. You can kind of see those.
Like sitting on a photocopier. There you go,
Those
Michael.
are the
There you
hands
go.
being put down.
And it shows that dinosaurs did not pronate their wrists. They're not walking around like Mr. Burns, like this. Instead, they could clap their hands, but they couldn't dribble a basketball is one way. of
Right, so they could
describing
hold the basketball but couldn't dribble one.
Right,
That's
yeah.
the one that
Yeah.
Jerry and I like to say.
it. Uh-huh.
We think this animal is left-footed. It stepped forward with its left foot first. And it also left a digit 1 trace. And what's really cool about the rest of the trackway, almost every single left footprint has a digit 1 trace, but the right side rarely has them.
Interesting. So we've got different morphologies in the left and the right foot.
Yeah, maybe an injury?
Huh.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Plus, it's periodically dragging its tail as it's walking.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which is not something that you typically think of for dinosaurs to do, so I wonder if that's...
Salamander says, do you know why the ground is cut into strips like that? Those are just natural cracks, I think. I'm pretty sure they're not cut. Because you see, they're not super precise or anything. They're a little bit wibbly-wobbly. Those are cracks in the surface.
A result of it. I mean, we've got a sitting Dilophosaur right there as an illustration. But yeah, normally the tail is not supposed to be dragging on the ground. At least that's what we think. And so I wonder if that's the result of an injury.
Yeah, because again, Salamander, those tracks are in situ. That's the actual surface of the ground. The building was built on top of it. So this stuff has not been moved.
Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, Andrew Milner there, whom we were talking to earlier on the phone today's stream. Giving us an update there. Let's get rid of some of these tabs so I'm not driving myself nuts here.
This is where it really fits.
And LB Cake 52. Thanks for the follow. Is it LB or IB? It's Pound Cake. Pound Cake 52. Great name. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Sitting Dilophosaurus. Yeah. Not waltzing Matilda, but sitting Dilophosaurus. I love these depictions of the animal sitting down, based on real fossil evidence. Just super, super cool. This is the sort of dinosaur paleontology that I get very excited about. It's amazing what you can learn with careful study of excellent specimens. Yeah. And Trixie Horror says, I wonder if they held their tails like cats as an indicator of their mental state. So, maybe to a certain extent, but dinosaur tails would have been, frankly, a lot more important than cat tails. to their locomotion, to their balance. A dinosaur like this, or like let's take Tyrannosaurus for an example. There we go. There's a lovely PNSO model of Tyrannosaurus here. The tail there acts as a muscle attachment point and a counterbalance. Since these dinosaurs, these big theropods, are bipedal, they walk on two legs, they've got a balance on that central fulcrum over their hips. So you've got a big heavy head. In the case of Tyrannosaurus, this thing is, it's nuts, you know? Can we get a clip, Claire, if you've got the clips at the ready? That clip of me bringing the Tyrannosaurus skull over to my desk, showing the camera and complaining about how big it is. Can you pull that up? Because this critter has a crazy heavy head. You've got to have a muscular tail to help counterbalance that. In the case of big tyrannosaurs like this, they also have to, if you want to have a huge heavy head, you want to be able to reduce the rest of your weight on this side of your body. That's one of the reasons why they've got such small arms. A, they're probably not using their arms for very much anymore. It's a very, like, head-first sort of creature. So they can afford to reduce their arms, and that actually ends up being a huge advantage for them, because the more weight they take off of their arms, the bigger and heavier and more deadly their head can be. So it's one of the keys to success for tyrannosaurs like this. But that, you've also got all these muscle attachment points. So you see this big kind of like bulge here that runs down the length of the tail? So that's muscle attachment that runs from the back of the femur to the transverse processes on the caudal vertebrae, these bony prongs that stick out of the side of the tail verts. And that is involved with their locomotion. So as they're walking, as they're moving their femurs back and forth, their thighs, those muscles are contracting and relaxing, and then it's also making the tail swish back and forth a little bit. But anyway, you've got these huge attachment points for these enormous, powerful thigh muscles. Thigh and tail muscles. It's all part of the same apparatus. So, tails are really important to dinosaurs. Cats, who do kind of show their emotional state using their tails, the tail's almost kind of extra. Like, they don't need it to walk or run or anything. There are probably some breeds of cat where, like, show cats where their tails are supposed to be docked. I'm guessing. I know that's true for some show dogs, like Cocker Spaniels. It's maybe a better example. So Cocker Spaniels like this, I grew up with Cocker Spaniels. They have long tails if you let the tail grow out, but if the dog's going to be like a show dog, the proper look for a Cocker Spaniel is to cut off the tail when they're puppies. I don't know why, it's just what you're supposed to do. So yeah, they're supposed to look like this. This looks just like my dog Valentina growing up. She looked just like that. So anyway, the point is, there's vertebrae and everything there in the tail. It's got to be really painful for a puppy, but that's what people do with these purebred dogs. I wouldn't do it if given the choice, but we got Val, and she'd already had that done when she was a puppy. She was going to be a show dog, but she had cherry eye, and so she wasn't fit for the show circuit, I guess. But she was a wonderful dog. Anyway, the point is, there's not a lot of really important muscles there in the tail of a dog or a cat. They can afford to lose that, and they're fine. Not so for a dinosaur like Tyrannosaurus. The tail is a crucial part of the animal. Really important. It's not just for show. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, Freaky Feline says, doesn't this kind of goofy anatomy not make sense for evolution? What do you mean, Freaky Feline? You're talking about cats or dogs? Because they're pretty versatile, adaptable creatures. Are you talking about tyrannosaurs? Because this is an animal that is supremely well adapted to be a mega carnivore. Like, a remarkably successful creature. This kind of body plan in general, there's multiple dinosaur groups that each kind of independently arrive at this kind of overall body plan. So having a big head, having relatively small arms, having the tail in the back, this is absolutely a recipe for success. Because it shows up again and again and again. You get it in Tyrannosaurs. You get it in big Allosauroids. Like, say, Allosaurus and its kin. You get it in the Carcharodontosaurs, like, for instance, Carcharodontosaurus. You get it in big megalosaurs, like Torvosaurus. Yeah, it just works really well. This is, yeah. It's kind of peak big terrestrial predator body plan, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Claire. Yeah, huge heads on these animals. It's pretty big. It's pretty darn big. It's too big. Almost, honestly, it's too big. I thought this was a good idea to evolve a skull this size, No, it worked out so well for them. Who thought this was a good idea? Tyrannosaurs, man. Yeah, there's my 3D printed full-size T-Rex skull. It's sitting right over there right now. I don't dare pick it up and try and move it over here because I'd just be knocking things over left and right. But there it is. It's large. It's very large. Yeah. But the thing is that they could have maybe evolved skulls larger than that. We'll never know. Because they went extinct, not because of some design flaw or something, but because a giant rock from outer space the size of San Francisco slammed into the Earth in just the perfectly wrong spot to cause the extinction of like 80% of life on Earth. Yeah. It was bad. It was really bad. And basically all of Earth's creatures, all of Earth's animals, I'll say, larger than about 40 pounds. Which is what, like, have any UK viewers? How many stone is that? Is that like 2 stone? I don't know. I'm not British. Yeah. Every critter above, let's say, 2 stone on Earth, wiped out. A stone is 28 pounds. Okay. Is that right, Claire? Yeah. And all the Earth's horses and all the Earth's men, there were neither horses nor men at the time, Sloppy Salamander. Yeah. Couldn't put the age of dinosaurs back together again? No. It was the meek that inherited the Earth afterward. That's the point that I like to make again and again. And, yeah. Here's Gould talking about this.
The extinction 65 million years ago.
We now know it's 66.
With the end of the dinosaurs came a new opportunity. Out of the hole left by the Holocaust came the little mammals.
Yeah, those puny, sniveling, little, filthy, beady-eyed mammals, like you and me. Our ancestor would have looked a lot like this at the end of the Cretaceous period.
If you want to argue, is plausible that mammals got through and dinosaurs didn't, because mammals were small and smallness conveys advantages. They weren't small because they knew a mass extinction was coming. Presumably they were small for negative reasons, because dinosaurs dominated the environments of large-bodied creatures.
Yep. So it was the meek inheriting the Earth. Not to be too disparaging toward ourselves as mammals, but, it was It was the revenge of the losers. The teeny little sniveling underbrush dwellers. The meek inheriting the earth. It's kind of a beautiful thing if you think about it in a certain way. But it was sheer luck, you know? Yeah. W Revenge of the Losers, says Trixie Hort, yeah. And 14 pounds is 1 stone. Thank you, Cosmic Seekin. So yeah. So any critters weighing like 3 stone or above died out pretty much at the time. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, small generalists do well in apocalyptic situations. Dinosaurs were also small and generalist when they started out. True, but also the mammals didn't do so hot during that time. Like, mammals also almost went extinct. I'll pull up this image again. This is from a paper that's not yet published. But this is extinction rates for different critters at the KPG extinction at the end of the Cretaceous when the asteroid hit. Turtles do pretty well. Only about 1/5 of them die out. About 1/5 of salamander and newt species die out. About 1/5 of the crocs and the champsosaurs. About 40%, so nearly half of the freshwater fish species die out. But 92% of lizard and snake species, 94% of bird species, 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs totally wiped out. 90% of the mammals. 90% of the mammals. 9/10 of mammal species driven to extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period. Mammals almost completely wiped out. Just about 10% survive, as far as we know. So it was a bad time to be a critter on our planet Earth, you know? Yeah. And Gamers Tavern shows us, why did so many fish species go extinct? I figured the water would protect them from a lot of the effects. I think the answer might be like photosynthesis. It might be when light was blocked out by that layer of all that dust in the atmosphere, all of that soot, all of that particulate crud blocking out the sun, it kind of collapsed the food web. And so a lot of the critters that fishes would normally be eating, a lot of the insects, a lot of the small vertebrates, a lot of the algae, plant material, gone, you know? And also, it would have probably polluted the water a good deal, too. It probably caused, like, pH imbalance. You know, a lot of freshwater fishes, they need a very specific range of pH. And there's other, I'm sure, if we have any aquarists, people who keep fishes as a hobby, they can probably tell you, like, a lot of fish species, especially freshwater fish, can be really, really finicky. You throw off their habitat just a little bit, and they're not happy, and they show that unhappiness by perishing, by dying. They're like, I'll show you. You're slipping up, keeping my habitat the way I like it. I'll show you. I'm gonna die. Then you'll learn your lesson. You know? And that's probably what a lot of freshwater fishes did at the end of the Cretaceous. Yeah. Anyway, Mini Pie, how are you doing? Can you smell that Sweetie Pie was here earlier? And look, she left all of the treats there for you. Look at that. What do you think? You don't want to eat that either? What's up with that, Mini Pie? What's up with that? And Michael T. Mayer says, what percentage of plants survived the impact? I think it was like 50% of plant species, or maybe more, died out. A lot of plants were lost that day. Those weeks and months, maybe years. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. What do you think? Do you want one of these? No? You just came here for the attention? Am I gonna have to throw these treats out? Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. Huh. Gamers Tavern Show says, wasn't grass something that came afterward? Yeah. There is some evidence of some of the first grasses evolving during the Cretaceous, but this is not like grassland grass where it extended over these huge vistas. You know, it wouldn't have looked anything like, Thanks, present day Danny. Weird. Hotkey. It wouldn't have looked anything like, nothing like this, you know? No grassy plains at the time. Grasses would have been just little, like, bunches here and there. They would have been pretty rare in the landscape, as far as I know. You didn't have grasslands show up until later on in the Cenozoic, the age of the mammals. So, yeah. Yeah, anywho. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. What do you think, Mini Pie? Does that make sense to you? Yeah. Here, let's try some more treats here. Let's see if we can't entice you. Oh, see, you like the bag. He's got to have that ritual, you know? So give me that bag. Oh. Oh, now you'll eat that? It's like, I don't want Sweetie Pie's leftovers. Get stuff from the bag. There we go. Nice. The Cretaceous didn't look like Windows XP. Definitely not, Dr. Morbius. Definitely not. Yeah. And Digital Dak says, warm-blooded dinosaurs or smaller ones? Did survivors just become birds? So Digital Dak, the thing is that just about every animal above a certain weight and size was wiped out. Probably because there was so little food. And most of the birds got wiped out too. Birds almost went extinct also. Just like mammals almost went extinct. The birds that ended up surviving were mostly birds that ate seeds or could feed on just kind of like crud that they would dabble out of the water. So kind of duck-like birds survived, and then birds that lived on the ground but ate seeds survived too. Like, I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but that's the basic kind of pattern that we see. Birds that lived in trees, they were gone. Goners. Because the trees got wiped out. Burned in, like, global wildfires, and the trees died because there was no sunlight for a long time. So yeah, it was birds that would hang out on the ground or in the water. Those were the ones that generally survived.
Fossil skeletons are never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
That's true. Hogan, thank you for the 26 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Hogan698. 26 months is a long time. Thank you for the follow, Sony Suni 8. Appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Wombat Hole says, name a food that a bird would not eat. Name a food that a bird would not eat. What kind of bird? There's a lot of different birds nowadays. Some of them are pickier than others.
You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
There you go, Pure Improv. Thank you so much for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. Alexander Morrison says, think of them as ancient fowl-like birds making it out of the extinction. Yeah, and we, I can pull up a clip there. From PBS Eons. Let's see here. Was it the... Yeah, by the way, none of the birds with teeth survived. Here.
In 1861, a man working...
Yeah, here, let's jump to... Neornithines. Here we go.
Birds. These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very rare, but in the past couple of decades, paleontologists have found bones of the very earliest members of this group. One of the best known is a 68-million-year-old duck relative from Antarctica called Vagavus. And its remains show us that even by the late Cretaceous, it was already well adapted to swimming and diving. So today, we finally have enough fossils of different kinds of birds to know that about 66 million years ago, there were both toothed birds and toothless birds from many different groups. And
so what's difficult about birds is that they generally don't fossilize very well. They tend to be relatively small. They've got very lightweight, fairly delicate bones. The bones tend to be very hollow. There's a few exceptions, like penguins have got a surprisingly good fossil record, in part because their bones are so durable. Penguins have got kind of stocky, thick bones in order to help them maintain neutral buoyancy in the water. But most birds that can fly, they have very lightweight bones, and those are not good at fossilizing. And they're very delicate in the field, too. If you're not careful, you could dig straight through them and never know that they're there. So yeah, the fossil record for birds, until very recently, was really poor. We did not have a lot of fossil birds. Which led to some really interesting crackpot ideas from people like famed British astronomer Fred Hoyle, who thought that birds, he's like, oh yeah, they didn't exist during the age of the dinosaurs. He also didn't believe in evolution, Fred Hoyle. It's really, can't say it any other way. He was a crackpot about this kind of thing. Just real loony. He thought that birds only showed up after the dinosaurs went extinct, and that what triggered the development of birds was alien viruses coming down from outer space and causing birds to develop. I'm not kidding. It's in this really wacky book right here called Archaeopteryx, the Primordial Bird, a Case of Fossil Forgery. Fred Hoyle was convinced that that all of the fossil birds from the Mesozoic were all fakes. So that's partly what this book is about, but just bonkers stuff. Now we've got tons of Mesozoic bird fossils. So, but anyway, hoo boy, yes indeed, Lenina. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, didn't he also say that birds are a mutant strain of crocodilians? I'm pretty sure that was people like Larry Martin and Alan Fiducia. But, anyhow, is this other book about the flat earth? Might as well have been Gamer's Tavern Show, but no. Anyway, interesting stuff. It goes to show that, just because someone is an expert in one field, they may have even won a Nobel Prize in a scientific field, it doesn't make them an expert in every scientific field. Far from it. Fred Hoyle was also very against the idea of the Big Bang. The idea that the universe had a discrete beginning. He was a proponent of the steady state hypothesis. So anyway, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with our birds here.
Generally, they were all doing just fine. Until the Cretaceous period ended in extinction. There were many causes behind the extinction event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs.
This feels like hedging that's completely unnecessary. I don't know. The primary cause was the asteroid. We've got a pretty robust consensus nowadays that that's, it was the space rock what done it.
But when it came to birds, and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico. The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests and vaulted dust into the atmosphere, probably blocking much of the sunlight for years. For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number of factors, including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And
maybe in a
it
burrow.
might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were...
Seeds tend to be pretty resilient, and environmental collapse situations like that. So if you're a seed eater, you might make it through.
Aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been.
And what's ironic is that they're kind of showing the wrong image here. This is a pterosaur, for one, not a bird. But I think the focus is supposed to be on these hesperornithid birds. These guys went extinct. So despite being aquatic, they got wiped out. I don't think they make it through the KPG.
Less disturbed by the fires. So out of what may have been thousands of species
They
of
should
dinosaurs
have shown a
living at the
freshwater
end of the
bird.
Cretaceous, only 3.
Something like maybe Presbyornis, I think? Presbyornis. There we go. Critter like this, I think. Pretty sure these guys make it through. These were kind of long-legged, stilty, watery type birds. There is one that we saw at Disney's Animal Kingdom when I streamed from there last September. There we go. Let's find that inside the queue to the ride here.
So I love it. So I love a display that shows the critters that would have lived alongside dinosaurs. Kind of fleshes out the whole ecosystem and gives you a lot of context. Got a little shrew-like mammal right there, like Zalamdalestes perhaps. Box turtle. Centipedes.
There we go, there's that Presbyornis. Or Presbyornis type bird.
Segue for moving into the next room, talking about the survivors and the victims of the KPG extinction event. And then
Anyhow, I'll give you a link to that if you'd like to look at it. Anyhow.
Groups of neorniths that are easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires.
So again, I think critters like Presbyornis here, I think these guys make it through, or at least something like them does. Yeah, here we go. Presbyornithids. They had evolved by the Maastrichtian age of the late Cretaceous and became extinct during the Aquitanian age of the early Miocene. So they do indeed make it through the extinction event. So these guys survived.
So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivors combination of being small, ground-dwelling or aquatic, and seed-eating. One of these lineages was the Paleognathes, which today include radites like ostriches and emus, as well as adorable South American birds called tinamou. The Galloancerans also survived, like Vegavus and its kin, possibly thanks to their aquatic lifestyle. Today they include chickens, ducks, and other kinds of fowl. And the third lineage is the Neo-avians, which includes essentially every other living bird. Free of competition from the tree-dwelling opposite birds, a lot of Neo-avians quickly took to life in the trees at the dawn of the Cenozoic. These birds all have diverse diets and habitats today. But by analyzing the earliest known members of each group, scientists have found that the last common ancestor of all living birds was indeed a ground-dwelling seed eater.
Which is pretty cool. Like, this is a wonderful example of an adaptive radiation. So adaptive radiation is, it's not radiation like radioactive radiation. We mean radiation like radiating out. It's a term in biology. And it's when you get... Here we go. Here's a lovely example of it here. When the Hawaiian Islands formed, due to volcanic activity, volcanoes spewing up all this lava, it cools, it forms these islands, brand new islands. There were originally no living things on there, But eventually, the islands start to fill up. Different critters get washed in on logs, or they get blown in on a storm when they're flying, like the ancestral honey creeper bird here. But you get like one species of bird that somehow ends up on here pretty much by accident one day. And there's a remarkable opportunity. You know, what is it?
It's free real estate.
Yeah, it's free real estate. You just show up and it's like, wow, there's nobody here to compete with. And so what happens is that this ancestral bird, who knows if it's adapted for seed eating or for whatever, but it shows up and it's able to make a living. Or it's like a handful of birds end up on this island and they start reproducing. And then you get different kinds that evolve out of that. You get ones that are adapted for cracking open tough seeds. You get ones that are adapted for eating insects or for drinking nectar out of flowers or all kinds of stuff. This is what we call adaptive radiation. You've got different species that arise from a host species, a parent species. You get all these daughter species that radiate out, and they end up conquering different niches. They end up exploiting different resources and evolving a variety of different morphologies and lifestyles and everything else. That's adaptive radiation there. And this is exactly what birds did at the end of the Cretaceous. When that extinction event happened, end of the Cretaceous, the beginning of the Cenozoic, I should say, beginning of the Paleogene period, suddenly it's free real estate for these birds. The pterosaurs, the big flying reptiles, they're extinct. The non-bird dinosaurs are extinct. Most of the mammal species are extinct. Suddenly these birds can, the lucky survivors, the world's their oyster. When the world starts to recover, the plants and stuff come back, these birds are able to adapt and change and exploit these open niches. Does that make sense? And Dilly Dally says this reminds me of Darwin's finches. Exactly. Yeah, it's the same idea. That's adaptive radiation right there. You're right on the money. I'll find you a clip. So, Darwin's finches were one of the ways that we were able to start to figure this out.
The grants have shown that both geography and ecology are keys to the evolution of the Galapagos finches.
So the Galapagos Islands are also volcanic. They popped up like the Hawaiian Islands did.
The most likely scenario.
They originally didn't have any birds at all. These islands were brand new. And then look what happens.
The most likely scenario is that 2 million years ago, a single finch population arrived from the mainland.
Yep. Again, this is not to scale. I know the Galapagos Islands are small. They're not this small. And the finches are not this big. This is... You get the idea. I thought it's not to scale, Trixie Horror. No. These are not giant kaiju birds. No. Casey Snort says, I appreciate you pointing that out just to clear up confusion. You bet. Science communicator here. I do this professionally, you know? I don't want anybody to be confused. These birds are not to scale. Titanofinch. There you go, Mark Miller.
When their descendants reached another island, they faced new conditions. As those isolated populations adapted to their surroundings, their traits changed.
Yep.
If the changes included traits involved in mating, and the populations came into contact again,
they could no longer interbreed.
They no longer mated.
Yeah.
They had become distinct species.
Pretty cool, right? Adaptive radiation, baby.
While unique to these remote islands, the history of the Galapagos finches offers a general insight into why the world is populated with so many species.
The more diverse the environment, the more opportunities for evolutionary change to produce those new species.
Yep.
Over 150 years after Darwin first recognized their significance, these unassuming birds still illuminate how the great diversity of life arose and continues to evolve.
Pretty darn cool. Yeah. And that Darwin guy, he was kind of bright, says Das Fuster. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Old Chucky D. He had some good ideas. Wasn't right about everything, but it's kind of amazing the things that almost any time he really thought long and hard about something, he ended up figuring it out. It's pretty cool. Anyhow. And Dilly Dally wants to know, my question is, how did tortoises get there? It's thought that they were washed in. Maybe during a storm. Tortoises like that, as long as they don't drown in the water, if they can kind of stay upright and breathe, they can survive for weeks without food. And so, yeah, I think they're pretty similar to some of the tortoises on the mainland that later went extinct. I think this is basically, the Galapagos were like a refugium for them. But let's look that up real quick. Evolutionary history. All species of Galapagos tortoises evolved from common ancestors that arrived from the mainland South America by overwater dispersal. So whether they were floating or whether they were on what we call vegetation rafts, we don't really know, I think. Genetic studies have shown that the Chaco tortoise of Argentina and Paraguay is their closest living relative. Okay. The minimal founding population was a pregnant female or a breeding pair. Okay, so it could have just been one single female tortoise who was gravid, who was, you know, with child, I would say. It could have been as few as one tortoise reaching the islands. And then from there, you know, yeah. Survival on the 1,000-kilometer oceanic journey is accounted for because tortoises are buoyant. They float. They can breathe by extending their necks above the water, like a snorkel, and are able to survive months without food or fresh water. As they are poor swimmers, the journey was probably a passive one facilitated by the Humboldt Current, which diverts westwards toward the Galapagos Islands from the mainland. The ancestors of the genus Chelonoidis are believed to have similarly dispersed from Africa to South America during the Oligocene. Shoot. So going from Africa to South America first, that's how those ancestral tortoises got to South America, it's thought. And then from there, it's just a short hop, skip, and a jump to the Galapagos. So yeah, this is that kind of dispersal like that is something that we see in other groups of animals too. Like I think do we have a clip of that here? There we go.
Has the same basic body types.
Yeah, so
each island
anole
has
lizards.
slender grass bush anoles with long tails. Long-legged trunk ground anoles. Short-legged twig anoles. And canopy anoles with large toe pads.
This is convergent evolution, a different kind of concept in evolutionary biology. Here we go. Again, not to scale here. Is that Hispaniola here? Big island? Again, I want to make this very clear. These are not to scale. They're not actually this big.
Each island end up with the same body types. Did each body type evolve once and then spread to the other islands? Or did each type evolve independently on each island.
So I'm going to be sequencing some additional markers for this.
To find out, Jonathan and his colleagues sequenced the DNA of anoles from each island. They examined the same stretch of DNA from many species to uncover their evolutionary relationships.
Species that are more closely related, we wouldn't expect to have many differences in their DNA. For example, these two species here, if you go across here, there's only one base pair where they're different. That's because they're very closely related. On the other hand, this species here has many differences, here, 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 and here. That's because this species diverged from the other ones a long time ago.
Pretty cool.
After determining which two species were most closely related, they joined them together with a node representing a common ancestor.
Here we go. Cladogenetics.
Then they joined these to the next most closely related.
Cladistics.
Until all the lizards were united in a phylogenetic
tree. What we call
tree.
a cladogram, a phylogenetic tree, an evolutionary family tree here.
The DNA revealed a pattern consistent with this. Lizards on each island tend to be more closely related to each other than to similar-looking lizards on different islands.
Pretty darn cool.
That means that generally the same types of lizards evolved independently on each island.
Yep. Awesome stuff. It's so cool that we can figure this out. This is the sort of thing that we can't do with fossils because we don't have DNA in fossils generally. DNA is a very fragile molecule. It doesn't last for very long. Usually by 1 million years, it's gone. It's deteriorated. DNA is... It's got a pretty brief window of resilience. It's got a sell-by date comes up real quick, you know? DNA doesn't last long. But anyway, how do these lizards get from island to island across the ocean like that? One of the ways is rafting. Here. So here's this scene from Prehistoric Planet.
Debris is drifting downstream.
So this is speculative here.
Rafts of vegetation ripped from the land.
And here we have...
For a weary pterosaur, this one may be a welcome place to rest.
Uh-oh. And here comes a mosasaur.
But it's far from safe.
Uh-oh, watch out, pterosaur. Anywho, scoot forward to Zalmoxes here.
He needs a larger raft, and quickly.
Little Rhabdodontian dinosaur. It's that giant aquatic lizard, this mosasaur.
There's little choice but to swim for it.
Go, little guy, go, go, go! What do you think, Chad? Is he gonna make it? Phew.
He's not the first here.
Uh-oh.
Another castaway.
Hmm.
A female.
Isn't that lucky?
Their raft is drifting out to sea.
So, this sort of thing happens. This is actually how iguanas have moved between different islands in the Caribbean. Sometimes hundreds of miles apart, and it's usually in the aftermath of a big storm, a hurricane or something.
Like these are washed up on the shores of distant islands.
Yeah. So you get a big tropical storm that knocks some of this vegetation loose.
Pioneers.
And it just drifts off and eventually lands on another island. Critters hop off and they start a new life. They reproduce and they start a new population. This is called rafting.
May as establish a new population, which eventually becomes a new species. Unlike anything seen before.
Cool stuff. I'll give you a clip to that. I'll give you a link to that clip, rather. Yeah. And we had a really good question in the chat here from Void Game Hater. Void Game Hater wanted to know, how generally useful is morphology as a replacement for genomic comparisons when identifying closely related organisms? I think that's an excellent question that you just asked. As paleontologists, we generally only have morphology. The morphology is the physical structure, usually of the bones, when we're talking about fossil critters. Bones or other hard parts if we're talking about invertebrates. But, yeah, it gets tricky. It requires a good deal more interpretation than genomic stuff. There's still some interpretation required in comparing the genomes of two different organisms. You could talk to Balint or Lita at Science Streams about that, and they could walk you through it. But yeah, it's a little bit more loosey-goosey when we're dealing with morphology instead of, you know, when you're dealing with phenotype rather than genotype. We'll put it that way. And there's a lot of there are going to be disagreements about that, because different researchers will have different opinions about whether certain features are actually phylogenetically informative, or whether maybe they vary through ontogeny or individual variation, or they vary stratigraphically or geographically. Maybe there's taphonomic differences. There's a lot of different variables that can make morphologies look a little bit different, and not all of those are actually informative. When you're trying to figure out, am I looking at a different species here? Or is this just an individual of the same species that might look a little bit different because it's younger or older, or it's male or female, or it's from slightly younger or older in time? All of that stuff plays a role. And so as a paleontologist, you're juggling all of these different variables all the time. It gets complicated. And there are certain people who are really uncomfortable with that level of uncertainty. But I don't know, if your brain works a slightly different way, like mine does, you embrace that uncertainty. That's exciting. It's like, yeah, we don't know this, but we can figure it out. We can use our very limited amount of information to try and come up with a hypothesis that's testable, and I don't know, I get really excited about that kind of thing. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. And Void Game Hater says, will we ever find enough bones to significantly decrease science nerd arguments over morphologies because we have enough evidence? Excellent question here. This gets into what we call, like, lumpers versus splitters in taxonomy. Maybe you've heard of this concept, Void Game Hater, but when we're thinking about say ceratopsian dinosaurs, for instance. Ceratopsids are derived, big four-legged, plant-eating, beaky, horned and frilled dinosaurs. Here's a bunch of different genera and species of these animals. At least that's how they're often interpreted. Crazy amount of morphological difference between some of these. But in some of them, the variation is a bit more subtle. So trying to pick out which are different species and which are just variations on the same species, that's tricky. Because as it turns out, sometimes when you've got enough specimens of the same animal from the same time in the same place, say you've got a mass death assemblage where a bunch of these animals died at the same time in the same place, get a big enough sample size, you can start to understand what individual variation looks like in a population.
So the parietal is part of the skull, and in horned dinosaurs, it basically gets really flat and elongated and makes up the head frill of these dinosaurs. So the back of the frill is there's often horns that project out the side.
Emily Bamforth here.
Different dinosaur species do all kinds of weird things with their parietals.
Pipestone
So that picture
Creek
there on
up
the
in
right,
Canada.
that's Styracosaur. So Styracosaurs have these huge, long parietal horns that come off the back of their parietals.
Yeah.
So a whole bunch of different species of horned dinosaurs have done all kinds of different things with their parietals.
Yep.
In Pachyrhinosaurus, so that's the kind of the image in the middle. You can see that that's a Pachyrhinosaur looking like kind of head sort of top down at the skull. So you can see the orbital boss there. Then the
very cool chaotic time traveler. Yeah, it's an amazing sight.
You can see Pachyrhinosaurs have got basically two horns that stick out the side and two horns that cross over in the middle. So the two horns that cross over the middle are called the P2s.
P2s.
The two horns that cross over on the side are called the P3s.
Yeah.
And so one of the interesting things with parietals and Pachyrhinosaurs is that, first of all, we have a whole ton of them in the bone bed.
So what's really important about this bone bed at Pipestone Creek is that you can eliminate a ton of those variables that you would normally have in a situation like this. So normally when we're dealing with dinosaurs like this, we've got very limited information. We've got one specimen over here that's incomplete, another specimen over there. Matching them up in time is really difficult. Like, did they actually live at the same time? Is there evolution going on that would make them look different? In a case like this, all of these animals died at the same time in the same place. They were contemporaries. They lived together. You might even say,
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Yeah, very much contemporaneous, these critters. And so that's really important for this here.
In the past 3 years, my team and I have found 14 isolated parietals. 14 of these kind of back of the frills with the horns on them. And what is really interesting is that no two are the same.
Yeah.
Even though
crazy amount of individual variation.
Same community of the same species of animals, there is a huge amount of individual variation in those parietals.
So they all looked unique.
So this is kind of what that looks like. So all of these images here, these are all Pachyrhinosaurs from Pipestone Creek. These are all that parietal bone. Again, you can see what's highlighted in the image in the middle. Again, the P2s are the horns that cross over in the midline. The P3s are the ones that stick out the side. So you can see that some of these parietals are symmetrical. Some of them are asymmetrical. In some of them, the P3s are big and inflated and cross over. In some of them, the P2s are really small and don't cross over. In one specimen has no P2s at all. It has none of those midline horns.
Not there.
As for the P3s, you can see the one on the top left there. It has one that's straight and one that's curled. Sometimes they look like big Texas.
Oh, yeah, I have to put it away.
Like
That's
And this is the best part of the talk, and it's really annoying that during this Zoom call, you had somebody who just did not turn his mic off, and he's just interrupting the talk.
The P3s will be kind of as long as the midline parietal itself.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're really short and stubby.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we just highlight the outlines of these and then isolate them, you can see that there is a huge amount of variation.
Look at that.
In these parietal
Nuts.
This is
nuts.
In Pipestone Creek.
Yeah. Leave the light on the front for Lizette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask, can people mute themselves, please? I think you're coming through. Yeah, sorry, I can't do it myself because I'm presenting. But yeah, so we have a huge range of individual variations within these parietals.
So
this is
super, super important because different ceratopsian species have been named based on differences far more subtle than this. So like just some minor variation has led paleontologists to go, oh, those are definitely two different species. When within the same population, you can get this crazy amount of variation like this. So just like Void Game Hater says, ha, eat it, splitters. I mean, yeah.
This is interesting because if ceratopsian species are defined based on parietal morphology, and yet within this one species of dinosaur, we have a huge range of individual variation. What does that mean for how we define ceratopsian species?
Yeah.
So we have, if we
Think
have
about that.
species of horned dinosaur that has this kind of parietal, and we have another that has that kind of parietal. How do we know they're not the same species and that the variations that we're seeing are not just individual variation?
Yep.
So this is one of the really...
And Ian JF40, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Here, let's finish this up real quick.
Interesting things that Pipestone Creek is really bringing to light is that these features that are often used to define horned dinosaur species may not be a good feature to define species based on, because they are hugely variable even within the same community. So that's one of the interesting things that's coming out of Pipestone Creek. Again, this is
very cool stuff. Here, I'll give you a link to this talk. It's definitely worth watching the whole thing if you find this as fascinating as I do. Yeah. So what's the splitter counter argument? No one ever says, "Oh, dang, I was wrong." I mean, the splitter counter argument is, well, how do you really know they're not two different species in there, or two different subspecies or something, I guess? I think there's kind of an underlying assumption that dinosaur species should be as diverse as we see in, like, modern mammals. Where you can get, you know, look at the African savanna today. Where you can get so many different species of just antelope. Impalas and blackbucks and gerenux and Thompson's gazelles and elands and saigas and sunnis. It's just like a crazy diversity of different antelopes. Not all of these are from the savannah, but, you know, a lot of them are. But that's the thing about mammals, is that mammals, like you and me and Sweetie Pie here, we, you know, those of us who give birth, you know, give birth to pretty much like a, you know, young that we feed with milk, and then once they stop drinking milk, they eat whatever we're eating. Basically, mammals stay in one niche their entire lives. They feed on mother's milk until they start eating what the adults eat. We don't have a good reason to think that dinosaurs did the same thing. Mammals, most of us give live birth. Those of us who do give birth, give live birth. Very few mammals lay eggs. And those mammals that do lay eggs, like the platypus or the echidna, they feed their young with milk, and then the young start eating what the adults eat. So they're in one niche, one ecological job their entire lives. So as a result, if you have a bunch of different niches, you can have a ton of different mammal species, all in the same environment. Dinosaurs were not like this, in the sense that dinosaurs didn't give birth to live young, as far as we know. At least we don't have any direct evidence that any dinosaurs gave live birth. All of the evidence that we have right now seems to point to, as far as we know, all dinosaur species laying eggs. And as a result of that, since you can't make eggs very big, the maximum size for an egg is about like this. Here, I'll show you. Here, look, Sweetie Pie. See, the biggest dinosaur egg ever is smaller than Sweetie Pie is. And this is an elephant bird egg, by the way. It's the largest egg that any dinosaur's ever laid, as far as we know. It's by volume. Since eggs have to be small, the young have to be small. So even the very biggest dinosaurs that ever lived, things like big old titanosaurs, like, for instance, Patagotitan, this animal here, hatched out of an egg no bigger than this, you know? This right here. And so they've got a tremendous amount of growing to do. And as they're doing that growing, they're going to be moving through different niches. Dinosaurs did not feed their young with milk. We have no evidence that they did. And so it could be that adults of some dinosaur groups are feeding their young. Hadrosaurs like Maiasaura, we have evidence that they were doing that. maybe bringing food to them in the nest and stuff, but after that, it very well could be that the juveniles are just eating different stuff from the adults. Especially with sauropods like this. If these guys are maybe browsing at treetop height, some of them were probably doing this. The babies aren't doing that. The babies are this tall, freshly hatched, you know? So they're definitely eating something different from the adults, and so they're moving through different ecological niches as they grow and mature. And so any given environment during the Mesozoic that's dominated by dinosaurs, you're not going to have that many species of dinosaurs there. Because one dinosaur species might occupy 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 different niches throughout its lifespan. An example might be like Tyrannosaurus. So yeah, they start off small. You didn't even see the hatchling T-Rex there. But as they grow and mature, they're certainly eating different things at different growth stages. It's almost like dinosaurs are shape-shifting as they grow and mature. It's almost like it's a different animal at different stages of growth. Different habits, probably living in a different part of the habitat, eating different food. And so, I think we have reason to suspect that communities dominated by dinosaurs would have had far fewer dinosaur species than if that same community were dominated by mammals, where each mammal is one species per niche. With dinosaurs, you've got one species maybe hogging 10 different niches. And so I think that's an argument against the whole splitting thing, too. If that makes sense. Yeah. Anywho, and Care Bear Bonfire says, why couldn't they lay eggs like beach balls? Because an egg that big doesn't work. Pat Schroeder talks about this in a really excellent talk. Let me find that for you. There's a few different reasons why you can't make hard-shelled eggs, or for instance, or even like soft-shelled eggs very big. Here we go.
They lay eggs, right? And granted, anything that poops out a ball of bones and claws and teeth and feathers is a little bit weird, but dinosaurs in particular are weird because they're big, right?
Yeah.
So because of gas exchange, eggs can only get so big. Eggs can only max out at about the size of a soccer ball, right? So even if you're an 80-ton sauropod as an adult, you're still starting out the size of a border collie when you hatch out of that egg.
Smaller than a border collies are bigger than a soccer ball. Right? Maybe she meant a teacup poodle or something like. I don't know. Border collies get bigger than that. 35 pounds, says Mommy does. Yeah, that's way bigger than your hatchling sauropod. Border collie. Maybe a border collie puppy? That's what she meant. But yeah, border collies are not particularly small dogs. She probably meant border collie puppy. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah. Anywho, the reason why you can't make an egg the size of a beach ball is that you would have to make the shell extremely thick in order to be able to support that weight of that huge egg, and you make the shell too thick, and the embryo inside can't breathe. So eggs are porous things. That's why you can't take a chicken egg with an embryo inside and keep it underwater, because the embryo will drown. There are tiny little pores in the egg that allow for gas exchange, for taking oxygen in and expelling carbon dioxide. You make the shell too thick, and you can't do that anymore. And if you make the shell thin enough to be able to exchange gases, but the egg's too big, it'll collapse under its own weight. Does that make sense? It's an engineering problem. And there's not really any way around it. There is like a hard limit for how big an egg can be on land. So material limitations, there you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Yeah. And it does make sense, is birefringent grading. Good. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, and the largest egg was out of the elephant bird. Yes, indeed, Alex Mix. Which we got right here. Anyhow. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, and that's a good point, too, Drew Ellen. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But that is... Yeah, I forgot about this part. But eggs need to be broken at some point. Can't be very solid? Yes. So the embryo, the hatchling, needs to be able to get out of the egg. So again, if somehow you're able to work around these limitations and develop a super big egg with a thick enough shell that can still breathe through, the embryo still has to be able to break out of that in order to be able to hatch. If the embryo can't break out, it dies. And your organism is, you know, you're done for. So that's another point, too. Yeah. Care Bear Bonfire says maybe in a lower gravity environment it might work? Potentially. Yeah. But... yeah, in order to get a lower gravity environment, you would need a smaller Earth. And we know that... I've heard some people say, like, oh, you know, dinosaurs were able to get so big because there was just less gravity back then. There's zero evidence to suggest that at all. It's kind of like a bonkers idea. Dinosaurs were able to get so big through a number of different evolutionary adaptations that they developed. It was, to a certain extent, getting really big on land is a skill issue, and dinosaurs had those skills. Yeah. Hollow bones, a bird-like respiratory system, upright limbs that are very efficient at bearing weight, not limbs sprawled out to the side. You know, think about when you're doing push-ups. Yeah, proper push-up form. When you're doing push-ups, you've got your arms slightly out to the sides. It makes it more difficult. It really gives you a workout. If you put your arms directly under your body, it's so much easier, you know? That's why you're supposed to have them out to the sides. Because it makes it harder, and you build more muscle that way. Dinosaurs didn't do this. They had their limbs directly under their bodies. They didn't sprawl them out to the sides. They were underneath their bodies, almost like columns, or like we have our legs under our bodies, or elephants have their legs, horses, whatever, you know? So unlike lizards or turtles or even crocodilians, who sometimes have like kind of a semi-erect stance, dinosaurs had an erect body posture. Their limbs directly under their bodies, very efficient for bearing a lot of weight and also being able to move quickly without expending too much energy. The point is, dinosaurs in general, if we're generalizing here, very efficient animals. Superbly well adapted for moving around on land. That's one of the reasons for their tremendous success during the Mesozoic. One of the reasons that they took over the Earth, so to speak. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And those birds do lungs better than mammals or insects or reptiles, Mommy. That's absolutely, yeah. No, the dinosaur respiratory system in general would have been really good, but especially on the Saurischia side of the dinosaur family tree. The so-called lizard-hipped dinosaurs. It's the group that birds evolved from. That's where birds got their super cool respiratory system from, was from dinosaurs. So yeah. Dinosaurs running around and breathing during the Mesozoic, they were far better at doing that than our mammal ancestors were, you know? Mammal lungs are garbage compared to what birds have. Like, just dog water. It's just like, it's embarrassing, you know? So yeah. And Michael T. Mayer says apparently birds have more efficient brains as well. They do. Yeah. They can do a lot more with less, which is pretty cool. The the disparaging phrase bird brain. It's wrong. Birds can be incredibly intelligent. And they can do that with far less brain matter than an equivalent sized or weight sized mammal can. We'll go by volume instead of weight. Birds are very lightweight. Bird brain is a compliment, says Dr. Morbius, in the same way that, like, oh, she doesn't eat very much. She eats like a bird. No, what do you mean eats like a bird? Some birds eat a tremendous amount compared to their body weight. Many birds eat like multiple times their own body weight every single day. So she eats like a bird. She's eating like 60 large pizzas every day. Anyway, especially hummingbirds. Yes, indeed, Kenny. Yeah. I wish I were. There you go, Sabi Salamander. Yeah. And Lenina says, to me, eats like a bird means you make a gigantic mess when you eat. Yeah, a lot of birds are not the cleanest when they eat. Just throwing seeds everywhere and generally making a big mess. Yeah. Oh, she doesn't stop eating? Yeah, she needs to eat every 10 minutes or she'll die. There you go, chaotic time traveler. Yeah. Alex Vixen, I love this. Alex Vixen says, my grandfather was once called a dinosaur. His response was, thank you. I hope to live and dominate for as long as they did. That is, that's the proper response right there. Yeah. That's the thing, is that dinosaurs were incredibly successful creatures. As a group, they dominated our planet for over 150 million years. They lived on all 7 continents. They occupied just about every terrestrial niche from, well, at least for large animals. From, like, small insectivores up to the most gigantic creatures that have ever walked our planet. I struggle to think of another, like, equivalent sized clade of animals that comes anywhere close to what dinosaurs were able to achieve. I guess we've got mammals. We've got a lot going for them too. Mammals also conquered the seas in a way that dinosaurs never did. But that's because they got really lucky. They came along at a time when almost all of the marine reptiles had died out. It's one of the reasons why dinosaurs never took to the ocean, I think, is there was such stiff competition from all these marine reptiles at the time. Not a single one of these creatures that you see here is a dinosaur. These are all other groups of reptiles that are not dinosaurs. Ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, both short-necked and long-necked, marine crocodiles, nothosaurs, placodonts, and did I say mosasaurs? These marine lizards? Yeah. So these guys dominated the seas at the same time that the dinosaurs dominated the land. So yeah. But anyway, I don't know if it's fair to say that mammals are equivalent to dinosaurs as far as, like, if we're talking about taxonomic rankings. Mammal is a really broad group compared to dinosaurs, I think. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of reptiles. And yet they were still remarkably successful. Yeah. Or at least the mammals are a very diverse group nowadays. I don't know. This is why taxonomic rank like that is, like, who cares? It's not really a real thing. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. And Kaz the Dapper Lass says, I didn't know that. I thought they were all classified as dinosaurs. Nope. Not a single one of these animals is a dinosaur. And sometimes we get new chatters who come in and they ask, Danny, what's your favorite kind of ocean dinosaur? And I usually go, well, there's not very many options, so if we're talking about ocean dinosaurs from the age of dinosaurs, from the Mesozoic, probably the Hesperornithids. This is kind of ocean-going bird. that lived during the age of the dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs, but none of these guys are. No. So this guy is a dinosaur. Penguins are dinosaurs too. Any kind of bird is a dinosaur. So if we're thinking about ocean dinosaurs, these guys, the Hesperornithids, they'd have to be one of your favorites, probably. Anyway, if we're talking about what is a dinosaur and what isn't, this is a really handy chart for that. I show this all the time. I need to buy a copy of this because I've been using it so much on stream. I need to give them some of my money.
You need to take some of your own advice.
Sazi.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Good advice.
And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs?
Bad
Don't
advice.
give up on life, sir.
Wow. Good advice. Asazi, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. 30 months of support? I don't know which of those numbers to go with, but Asazi, either way, thank you for keeping me here online for that long. I appreciate you. Anyway, the point with this is a simplified, what we call a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree. So the way that we as scientists classify living things, animals or plants or fungi or protists or whatever. Thank you, Mommy Does, for the 200 bits. Got a hype train incoming. Beautiful. The way that we classify living things as scientists, again, is not based on vibes. It's not based on what they feel like or how they look or whatever. When we're talking about different creatures being related to each other, we mean that literally. That those creatures are actually related to each other, and that they share a common ancestor. And they both evolved from that ancestor. In the same way that you are related to your relatives. You're related to your siblings, and you're a little bit more distantly related to your cousins. And then your second and third cousins more distantly than that. Living things are the same way. Since living things evolve, they change over time. One species can split into 2 or 3 or more. This is how you get this diversity of life. And so when we're talking about what is a dinosaur and what isn't, dinosaurs all came from the same ancestor. That's why they're dinosaurs. So about 240 million years ago, give or take, you had the first dinosaur evolve. It evolved from earlier kind of almost crocodile-like critters. You know, archosauromorphs down here. But you've got the first dinosaur that evolves, and all of the other dinosaurs evolved from this one species. That's why they're dinosaurs, literally. By definition, they are dinosaurs because they evolved from that one lucky species at the beginning. That's why birds are dinosaurs here. Because birds, we can trace their ancestry back in time to that first dinosaur. So birds evolved from that ancestor. Birds are dinosaurs. That's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs. They're kind of close. They're related to dinosaurs. But you gotta go further back in time to where they link up with the dinosaurs here. Crocodiles did not evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor, and thus they are not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Same with lizards, same with turtles, same with snakes. Same with, mammals like us. We're way down here. There's the mammal branch. Yeah, living things, we classify them based on their ancestry. Based on where they came from, what they evolved from. So every time we're talking about mammals, all of the mammals came from one species at one point. That's why they're mammals. All dinosaurs came from one species originally. And there was an adaptive radiation like we were talking about. All these different species came from that one species at the beginning. Maybe that species split into 2, and those 2 species split into 2 more each, etc. The exact numbers aren't important, and it's really difficult to figure out with very limited fossil data, but we can look at the morphology of these animals, we can look at their skeletons, and we can figure out who's more closely related to whom based on those similarities. And we can trace that all the way back to a kind of hypothetical first dinosaur species. We don't know what this first species was at this point, but we know that there was one, because we see major similarities between the Ornithischians and the Saurischians. So we know they came from a common ancestor. That's the idea. That's why dinosaurs are a true evolutionary group. We think they all came from one ancestral species. So I hope I've gotten that idea across well enough for people to understand. Yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show asked, were there underwater dinosaurs at all? Like how whales are underwater mammals? Gamers Tavern Show? Well, we were just talking about this. None of these guys are dinosaurs. They're from different branches on the reptile family tree. So we've got marine crocodiles here. We've got short-necked and long-necked plesiosaurs. We've got turtles. We've got mosasaurs. We've got ichthyosaurs and hupiosaurs, however you say it down here. None of these guys are dinosaurs. They didn't come from that ancestor. There probably were some dinosaur species that spent a lot of time in the water. The Spinosaurids, things like Spinosaurus, Baryonyx, Suchomimus, we have some evidence that they spent some time in the water, but they also walked around on land. So at most, they would have had kind of like a hippo-like lifestyle. Or maybe they're spending a lot of time in the water, but they're also running around on land, too. We do have some evidence that some ornithischian dinosaurs, like Lurdosaurus, may have been kind of hippo-like, too. There's a coelacanth there by the Studio 252 MYA logo. Nice. Yeah, this is a weird critter. And they may have spent a good deal of time in the water. Might have been the same thing with this mysterious ankylosaur, Liaoningosaurus. I presented a poster on these guys a couple years back. Yeah, they're weirdos. But for the most part, dinosaurs were land animals. These are the only real exceptions I can think of right now. Although those land animals would have also been quite at home in the water in a lot of cases. Though, like, even a dinosaur like Tyrannosaurus. These guys probably would have been much better at swimming than you would imagine. There's a clip from Prehistoric Planet about this.
The skull of Tyrannosaurus rex, surely the most terrifying hunter that ever existed. These huge teeth are evidence enough of its efficiency as a hunter, and studies of the skull have also shown that it had an acute sense of smell.
Yeah, looking at the brain.
But what evidence is there that it ever went for a swim? The sight of a Tyrannosaurus rex swimming with his young may seem surprising. But like all of the dinosaur behavior in Prehistoric Planet, this is backed up by some remarkable science. These mostly land-living predators were massive, 13 meters long and tipping the scales at around 10 tons.
30 meters long? That's not right. 30 meters is 100 feet long.
Tradoon.
13 meters. He must have meant 13. Did he say 13? Subtitles say 30.
13 meters long and typically land-living predators were massive. 13 meters long and...
The subtitles say 30. We'll give Sir David the benefit of the doubt and said he said 13. And say he said 13. So yeah.
Tipping the scales at around
13 is correct.
Not perhaps an obvious candidate to be a swimmer.
T-Rex is part of a group of dinosaurs called the theropods. That's the predatory dinosaurs. And one of the key features of this group of dinosaurs is they had large, very muscular bird-like hind limbs, which were mostly built for walking and running.
But such legs would also be effective in swimming.
This is going to bring us back to St. George.
A powerful kicking motion would have allowed theropods like T-Rex to cross large bodies of water.
So you might say, well, sure, I guess that's plausible. I've got those long, powerful hind legs. I guess it might make sense for these animals to swim. But we actually have hard evidence of this too.
And in the fossil record, there is direct evidence for exactly this.
Bingo.
Score-like marks, known as swim traces, created when the claws of two-legged dinosaurs like T-Rex scraped sediment on the bottom of lakes, rivers, and the seabed as they swam.
So we saw some of those in St. George last week. And there are more swim tracks like that I was showing you live on camera. This is what we're trying to save at that site before the whole thing gets bulldozed, you know? Yeah, really cool. And here in this book, Tracks in Deep Time, which I would highly recommend, there's our sitting Dilophosaurus there too. Our sitting theropod. If anybody can find a place to get this book online, you should snag it. I had to get it at the gift shop because I couldn't find a good place online to get it. But here we've got a lovely depiction of a coelophysoid dinosaur kind of swimming along the bottom. And see, it left these lovely tracks here on the bank. And then it goes into the water, and those tracks turn it into these scrape marks right here. These swim traces. I love that. Like, what a great illustration. That's what we're talking about right here when we're talking about these swim traces.
When the claws of two-legged dinosaurs like T-Rex scraped sediment on the bottom of lakes, rivers, and the seabed as they swam.
Awesome.
Further evidence that Tyrannosaurus rex could swim has been found within its fossilized skeleton.
They're incredibly buoyant animals,
Using a
probably.
CT scanner, scientists found that many theropod bones have a hollow structure that would have helped their massive bodies to float.
Just like birds. So this didn't evolve to help them float. It's like just kind of a nice convenient bonus. But having a lightweight structure in their axial skeleton, their vertebrae and their ribs, and their skull too, this gives them the ability to walk around on land without being too heavy. You know, it's just a more efficient way of being a massive animal. If you've got bones that are shot through with pneumaticity, like if this is hooked up to your respiratory system like it is in a bird, then it makes you lighter weight, it makes you faster, it's less tiring to move around. It's just, you're much more efficient as an animal overall. And as an added bonus, it's easier to float in the water too.
On the basis of this evidence, we think that T-Rex would have been an excellent swimmer and that it would have used this behaviour to expand its feeding opportunities.
Makes sense.
To dispel any doubt that such a large animal would take to the water, you need only look at the animal kingdom today.
And animals like horses and elephants, they don't have the advantage of having that, you know, those pneumatic vertebrae, those air sacs and hollows. They don't have this stuff, and yet they're very good at swimming.
Where some of the heaviest regularly go swimming. And that's true for some of T-Rex's modern relatives.
Yep.
In the modern world, the animals that are most similar to T-Rex in general body shape are giant flightless birds like ostriches and emus.
We call rat
and perhaps
types.
surprisingly, these animals are really good swimmers.
Yep.
There are places where these birds make sea crossings, sometimes of several miles, so they can reach offshore islands and find new sources of food.
Pretty cool.
But 66 million years ago, venturing into coastal waters would not have been without risk, even for T-Rex.
Yeah, look at this critter right here approaching. Look at that disconcerting silhouette. Mosasaur.
Mosasaurs hunted beneath these waves.
Yeah. So again, this is maybe one of the reasons why we didn't have any oceanic dinosaurs, except for maybe Hesperornithians and a few other birds like that. None of the big non-avian dinosaurs ever became oceanic. They never became marine. They never became ocean dwellers. Because those niches were full. That's not free real estate. Other groups of reptiles have been plying the ocean depths for far longer than dinosaurs. And so dinosaurs never really had the opportunity to move in there because you've got critters like this that are already doing really well.
And young tyrannosaurs particularly would have been a valuable meat.
Yeah, so, anyhow, here's a link to this video right here. Anyhow, good stuff. Gamers Tavern Show says, I'm jealous of the big lungs. These days, I run out of breath walking from the car to the house. That sounds rough. I'm sorry to Gamers Tavern Show. Yeah. A lot of dinosaurs, like, for instance, sauropods, like this diplodocid sauropod here, they were full of air. So the kind of dark desaturated blue right here, this is the lung. Right there. You've got this kind of brighter electric blue. Those are air sacs, like birds have. And then this light sky blue that runs through the vertebrae here. Those are what we call pneumatic diverticula. So those are like hollow spaces in the vertebrae that are hooked up to the respiratory system. So these animals would have been probably much more lightweight than you would imagine for a creature of their volume, a creature of their size. Would have made it much easier for them to walk around and support their body weight on land, and would have made it easier for them to swim, too. Again, swimming is an added bonus. We don't think that they were specifically, like, they weren't specially evolved for swimming, but when they needed to swim, they would have been pretty good at it, presumably. At least by virtue of being more buoyant. But yeah, pretty cool. Yeah. And Kenny HY says, if they are lightweight, can I pick them up? I mean, they would still weigh multiple tons. Some of these sauropods may have been pushing like 70, 80, 90, maybe even 100 tons. If some weight estimates are close to correct. But they were, they'd be far less dense than like an elephant of equivalent size. But then you couldn't make an elephant of equivalent size. It wouldn't work. Mammals are just, it seems like the upper limit for how big you can make a mammal on land is probably like, probably something kind of like these ancient rhinoceroses. Things like Paraceratherium. These are about as big as mammals can get on land before they just don't work anymore. You know? So, it's significantly bigger than today's big giraffes, but far smaller than something like, something like the big titanosaurs, like for instance Patagotitan. There we go. There's Patagotitan there in the gray, compared to the biggest land mammals that have ever evolved, as far as we know. Yeah. Part of me also kind of wonders whether Paraceratherium was really that big, just because I don't think we have very good skeletal evidence of them. I wonder whether that silhouette actually represents the dimensions of the animal. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they were a bit stockier and shorter than that, but again, this is me speculating wildly. I don't... Here. Paraceratherium skeletal. So a skeletal reconstruction of this animal. Yeah, like, I don't think we actually have very much of this critter. Do we really know that that's what its actual body shape is? Really makes me wonder. Yeah. Paraceratherium. An extinct genus of hornless rhinoceratoids. So they're related to modern rhinoceroses, but this whole family is now extinct. Description. Its precise size is... Oh, shoot. description. Its precise size is unclear because of the lack of complete specimens. Its total body length was estimated at 28.5 feet, 8.7 meters. 24.3 feet by another paleontologist. Estimates of 30 tons are now considered exaggerated and may have been in the range of 15 to 20 tons at maximum and as low as 11 tons on average. So yeah, I don't think we really have a good sense for how big this animal really was. I would not be too surprised if we have like a Shrunkleosteus type situation happen here. Here we go. Like for that massive fish Dunkleosteus. Yeah, previous estimates put it at like 30 feet long. Estimates that are a bit more modern put it closer to 10 or 15 feet long. You know? Be 3 or 4 meters, maybe 5 meters, that kind of thing. I wouldn't be shocked at all if a similar thing happens to the Andrichotheres, the Paraceratheres, the Belucotheres, that group of giant hornless rhinoceros relatives. I wouldn't be shocked if a similar thing happens in the future. But again, I'm talking out of my rear right here. I don't study those guys. I don't know what I'm talking about there. I'm not a specialist in perissodactyls or any kind of mammal for that matter. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Anyway, downsizing seems likely, says Alexander Morrison. I wouldn't be shocked, but what do I know? Yeah. And Crate Fruit says, so pterosaurs aren't dinosaurs either? Bingo. Yeah. Again, to go back to our phylogeny here. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is a really simplified representation, but it's a good one. Pterosaurs are just outside of Dinosauria. So pterosaurs evolved from the same kind of recent ancestor that dinosaurs did, but since they don't come from that first dinosaur, they're not dinosaurs themselves. So yes, pterosaurs, the Mesozoic flying reptiles, they are not dinosaurs. Yeah. Even though they lived at the same time, and even though they're closely related to dinosaurs, they're just outside of the dinosaur family tree. They are not dinosaurs themselves. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Anyway, we were talking about dinosaur size, and we were talking a bit about titanosaurs. This might be a good opportunity to finally get to our brand new dinosaur that we're going to be talking about today. We've gotten very distracted, but let's start talking about CHADITITAN here, shall we? Yeah. First, here, let me play the little stinger for fossil news here. Let's get into our newest, well, not newest. Let's get into a piece of fossil news that we missed a week and a half ago at this point. Here comes some fossil news. All right. Our top story today. New titanosaur species discovered in Argentina. This is from March 10th, so it's from a while ago, but we're catching up here. Again, I was out doing fieldwork in Utah for a week. And, anyway. We're talking about it now. Maybe we'll get to our new two-fingered therizinosaur later today also, but I think I might want to save that until it starts really making the rounds on the news. We don't want to get to it too early. We want to catch this before it gets too late. Paleontologists working in northern Patagonia, Argentina, have uncovered the fossils of a previously unknown species of small Rinconsaurian titanosaur. So despite the name, titanosaur, not all titanosaurs were titanic. Some of them were medium-sized, or even kind of on the small side. This is one of those. I haven't actually read the paper yet. Let's hope that they did some histology to figure out that it's not just a young individual. But yeah. CHADITITAN. The newly discovered dinosaur roamed Earth during the late Cretaceous, some 78 million years ago. Named CHADITITAN calvoi, the ancient species belongs to a group of Argentinian titanosaurs called Rinconsaria. Rinconsaria was first established in 2007 with the aim to encompass the genera Rinconsaurus and Muellinosaurus, says Dr. Federico Agnolin, paleontologist at the Museo Argentino de Ciencias Naturales Bernardino Rivadavia and the Fundación de Historia Natural Feliz de Azara. Maybe estimated at about 7 meters long, they said. This critter's like 25 feet long at the longest, maybe? The new titanosaur indicates that Rinconsaurians were characterized by a body shape that was different from other titanosaurs. With brachiosaur-like posture, gracile limbs, and a protonic tail. I think they mean that the tail kind of curves downward? Is that kind of like, I mean like pronated? Not sure. The fossilized bones of several individuals of CHADITITAN calvoi were found in a new fossiliferous locality at the Anacleto Formation near General Rosa City, Rio Negro Province, Argentina. This new locality is located within the Marin family farm, which is located close to Paso Cordoba locality at 10 kilometers to the southwest of General Roca City, scientists said. The locality consists of a few scattered badlands and low hills that delimit the eastern margin of the Salitral Moreno lowlands. In spite of the relatively small size of the outcrops that yielded a large number of fossil specimens. It is worthy to mention that no single osteoderm from Chadititan calvoi was found in the area, they said. So there's none of these, like, skin armor plates that are kind of characteristic of other titanosaurs found here. None. Which is interesting. Since no osteoderms were found in association with other Rinconsaurians, it is possible to speculate that they were absent in these titanosaurs. So within Rinconsaurians, they might just not have those armor plates. Here we go. Let's take a look at a CGI rendering of this. A lot of these South American dinosaurs that are newly described are getting the Paleo-GDY treatment. I love this. That is so cool. Lovely CGI here from Paleo-GDY. And Chad is a Mapudungun word meaning salt, but I can't find a way to pronounce it. Interesting, clever. Okay. And Alleycat OWO, thank you for the follow, Alleycat. Welcome, welcome. Love the sound effects here. Good stuff from Paleo-GDY. Oh, yeah. Nice. There we are. In addition to Chadititan calvoi, the authors unearthed a new assemblage of invertebrate and vertebrate fossils. These assemblages include garfishes, lungfishes, turtles, crocodile relatives, dinosaur snails, and clams deposited in what was a small pond, surrounded by sand dunes and palm trees in what was an otherwise arid environment. Very cool. So they've got kind of a snapshot of what the other animals and other organisms in this environment looked like. They've got a more complete picture of what the flora and fauna is, especially the fauna. Cool stuff. In this case, the abundance of turtles and the scarcity of crocodiles compared to regions in Europe and North America during the same time period further highlights how Patagonian ecosystems were distinct as the continents drifted apart during the Cretaceous. One of the most remarkable aspects of the discovered fauna is the overwhelming abundance of freshwater turtles, which make up more than 90% of the recovered fossils. Well, to be fair, turtles do have a lot of parts, so, you know, one turtle explodes and pieces of it are everywhere. But to be fair, the same's kind of true for crocs as well, with all of their osteoderms. This high percentage is highly unusual, as in coeval sites from North America and Europe, turtles rarely account for more than 50% of the fauna, Dr. Agnolian added. The team's paper was published in the journal Revista del Museo Argentino Ciencias Naturales. And I've got a good link to the paper because here, Chrome kept flagging this as suspicious. It's like an unsecured site. But I'll give you a link to the press release, and we'll take a look at the actual paper. Herpaderps, there you go, Dilly Dally, yeah. Love me some herps. Here we go. Here is a link to that paper. The title is New Fossiliferous Locality of the Anacleto Formation, Late Cretaceous Campanian Stage, from northern Patagonia, with a description of a new titanosaur. Good stuff. Yeah, and a lot of authors here. Let's see if I know anybody personally. So far, no. Oh, Diego Pol, yeah, and Fernando Novas. Yeah, those are names I'm familiar with. I don't think I've met them in person. Yeah. Ungoy says, so why are turtles exploding? Well, they don't, not like violently exploding, but when turtles die and they decay, bits of their carapace and their plastron, the upper and lower parts of the shell, they often disintegrate and you just get pieces going everywhere. So usually when you find turtles in the field, you're finding isolated bits of turtles. Because they just kind of, you know, they explode is maybe not a good word because that implies a certain violence. But they fall apart and scatter, you know? Yeah. And Gamer's Tavern Show says, huh, I would have thought that paleontology community was small enough that everyone knew everyone. No, and a lot of these researchers, a lot of these are probably students. Some of them might be volunteers on the crew. When you've got a big list of authors like this, well, this is a pretty wide-ranging paper, actually, because we're not just describing a new dinosaur, we're also describing the stratigraphy and the fauna and maybe the flora, too. So you're going to have a lot of authors. But a lot of these people are going to be working on invertebrates and turtles, maybe. I know Diego Paul and Fernando Novas have worked a lot on dinosaurs, and that's why I know those names. They've been around for a while, too, especially Fernando Novas. Diego Paul's a bit younger, for sure. But, yeah, the rest of these folks might work in other parts of paleontology that don't overlap very much with me, and I also don't follow South American paleontology all that closely. If we were to talk to Matt LaManna, as we have in the past, he probably knows several, if not most, of these folks. Yeah, here we go. Let's search the transcript here.
I would say influential community in South America that actually thinks there's some other kind of part avian theropod. So in other words, they're nobody doubts that they're closely related to birds. They absolutely are, without question. They're some of the most bird-like dinosaurs, bird-like non-avian dinosaurs that we know about. But opinions vary, basically, whether they're, you know, closely
so Matt LaManna is
not so closely related.
Is curator of curator of paleontology or dinosaur curator at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And he does a lot of work on Gondwana and stuff, especially South American stuff. He was one of the authors, I think, on Dreadnoughtus, that sauropod that's become very popular recently in popular media.
So my work,
yeah, Paralititan, he was on that team as well.
Constantly, even for the groups that we know are there, even for the species that we know existed, we often have very little fossil material to work with. And so, you know, walking around every bend, kicking over any boulder, I mean, you can almost literally, you know, kind of change the world in terms of our understanding of dinosaurs down there. It's makes it so much fun to work there.
That's awesome. So he's talking about working in South America. Sorry, I skipped past the part where he was talking about that.
So that's the fun part about working on Southern Hemisphere dinosaurs, which is the focus of my work.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, we're constantly, even for the groups that we know are there, even for the species that we know existed, we often have very little fossil material to work with. And so, you know, walking around every bend, kicking over any boulder, I mean, you can almost literally, you know, kind of change the world in terms of our understanding of dinosaurs down there. Makes it so much fun to work there.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And let's see. Trying to find some other. Anywho, and if I could work in South America, asked Angoy, where would I like to dig if given the chance? In Patagonia. There might even be a chance to do that with Matt LaManna at some point. I actually need to get back in touch with Matt and ask him if there's any opportunities coming up this next winter. Because winter for us here in North America is summer in South America. And, yeah, could be some opportunities. We'll see. Anyway, here is a link to that. Matt LaManna came out to dig with us last summer in Wyoming. And it was a ton of fun. It was really nice getting to know him.
I watched that tape so many times I practically wore it out. And now, you know, get to have Matt out here in the field with us, and now you're on my show, which is
and you're
crazy.
And you've been a lifesaver to me and my people as well from Pittsburgh.
Shoot,
so,
I appreciate that. No,
this dude is one of the best field people I've ever worked with. No joke. Yep. And
wow.
he's not paying me to say that. And this is only my second beer, so.
Matt's very kind, and it was great getting to know him. I can only hope he'll be out with us again this next summer, but we'll see. I hear they just got a major donation at the museum in Pittsburgh, the Carnegie Museum, so he might be busy putting stuff together for that. They're gonna be doing some, I think, collections and maybe exhibit renovations and stuff. So he might be too busy to come out. We'll see. But yeah. Anyway, back to CHADITITAN here. The name kind of makes me chuckle a little bit. Here's our paper. So yeah, the reason we were talking about Matt LaManna is he probably knows most, if not all, of these people. I'm only familiar with the last two names here, but yeah, I'm not sure how many different groups there are working in Patagonia. I'm guessing it's not that many. So yeah, Matt LaManna is probably familiar with most of these people, if not all. And actually, that's quite a few different institutions listed there. Anyway, very cool. Let's scroll through and look at some of those figures, and then also talk about the etymology here, too. So we're talking about sedimentology, paleontological settings, phylogenetic analysis, institutional abbreviation, yeah, we've got mollusks, we've got vertebrae from some gar lepidosteids. Very nice. Ceratodontidae, that sounds like a lungfish to me. Ceratotus. There we go. Lungfish teeth. Nice. Yeah, Metaceratotus. I've never heard of that genus, but it's got Ceratotus in it. And that's a lungfish. Yeah, we've got some turtle bits. More turtle bits. Yemenukeles. Keles gives it away. That's a turtle. That's a popular suffix for turtle names. And we've got a mammal, a Meridiolestidan mammal. I've never even heard of this group before. I wonder if they're exclusive to South America, or at least Gondwana. So just a smorgasbord of different critters. Of course, the Titanosaur. CHADITITAN here. That's the one getting all the attention in the popular press, but this whole assemblage is really scientifically important.
Dinosaur.
TJ McSaxey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So, derivation of the name. Where does that name CHADITITAN come from? Chadi, from the Mapudungun, meaning salt. So that's a language spoken by the native people of Patagonia. And the specific epithet honors the late Jorge O. Calvo, a great colleague that recently passed away. Respect. Who described several titanosaurs and coined the name Rinconsaurida. This is not the first titanosaur to bear the species name calvoi. So hopefully before Jorge died, hopefully he got to see some dinosaurs get named after him, but this one's been named after him too, which is really cool. It's one of the highest honors that a paleontologist can receive, is having a dinosaur named after you. And only the luckiest paleontologists have dinosaurs named after them while they're still alive. While the paleontologists are still alive, not the dinosaurs. Yeah. But anyway. And so it isn't CHADITITAN, it's CHADITITAN, says Claire Burr. Yeah, I guess. So the holotype, this is the original name-bearing specimen. MPCN-PV1034 is the collections number for this. 5 proximal caudal vertebrae, so that's 5 verts from near the base of the tail. 4 distal caudal vertebrae, so 4 vertebrae from near the end of the tail. Proximal end of the left and right humeri, so the upper arm bones, you've got this part that's closer to the shoulder on 2 of them. 2 different upper arm bones. Proximal end, it's the near end of the right and left ulnae. The ulna is this bone right here. You've got radius and ulna. So proximal end of right and left ulnae. So we've got this part of both of the ulnae. Distal end of left ulna. Far end of the left ulna. Distal end of right radius. Radius. Proximal end of left pubis, one of the hip bones. Proximal and distal end of right femur, etc. And there it is. Ah! Yes, indeed. It's in the actual paper. This skeletal right here is in the paper. So yes, it was very much intentional. A simplified cladogram, it's this evolutionary family tree, showing the phylogenetic position of CHADITITAN among titanosaurs, and silhouette of CHADITITAN calvoi, showing the available bones belonging to different individuals. Right here. So here's how much we have of this new animal from different individuals. Interesting. And yeah, scale there. Seems very legit, says Volcano Duck. Yeah, they had fun with this here. That's pretty funny. Yeah, for those of you wondering, like, what in the world? What's this music? Maybe not everybody is familiar with this this internet meme. But yeah. Anyway, this is just getting weird. Show the guy's face. Hang on. I guess that works. Yeah. But it's like photoshopped or what? But like, this is the Giga Chad meme. So it's just like a comically ridiculous, exaggerated, super muscular guy. The kind of platonic ideal of what people on the internet call a Chad. Which is like a kind of hyper masculine. Yeah, it's goofy. When I was in the field last year, one of the members of the crew had a thing on his phone. I don't know if it was an app or just a website that you could upload images of your friends to. But you could turn your friends into Giga Chads. Yeah, it's not all ideal. There you go, Volcano Doc, yeah. Yeah. So he did this to me. This was the result. I thought this was really funny. And more than one person on the crew said, Danny, you don't look that different. Which I guess I can take as a compliment. It looked really goofy on some other people. But yeah. Yeah. Giga Paleo says Deathsaurus, yeah. Your face is not deformed, says Volcano Talk. Anywho. So it makes me wonder whether whoever put together this figure explained to the other authors on the paper what this silhouette was, why they threw that in there. Imagine trying to explain this to some of the senior authors on the paper, people in their 50s or 60s. I wonder if they saw the figure before it was published. I don't know. I think it's pretty funny. Anywho. All available specimens of Chadosaurus calvoi are represented by poorly preserved and incomplete skeletons belonging to small individuals, coming from different sites, but from the same stratigraphic level. I hope they're from the same stratigraphic level. And did they do histology here? Did they actually... I know it's not common in South America, and there might not be a lot of labs that are equipped to do this. But did they actually cut open those limb bones to look at the growth rings inside? That is the only reliable way, in my opinion, to be able to say definitively that a given dinosaur specimen was mature at time of death. You've got to cut those bones open and count the growth rings. Looking at vertebral fusion or circumference of limb bones or whatever, if you're trying to tell the difference between an individual who's small because they're young and an individual who's small because it's just part of a small species, if you want to actually test that in an empirical way, you've got to do histology. You've got to cut those limb bones open in order to be able to tell who is young and who is old. Again, this is something we talk about all the time here, but I'll pull up a quick clip with Holly Woodward Ballard. Kind of, might call her the queen of dinosaur histology. There we go, trying to find the right timestamp here. We really need to bring Holly on for an interview at some point. But she went to, she was also at Museum of the Rockies while I was there. She was one of Jack Horner's final graduate students. But yeah, we were very big into histology there.
Yeah, sure. So histology is the study of tissue microstructure, and I study bone histology because in the fossil record, the most frequently kinds of preserved fossils are bone. Soft tissue rarely preserves. So if you are to look into, or if you were to take a tiny little slice of a bone from an animal today, put it under a microscope, you would see bone cells, you would see blood vessels, you would see the bone fiber, and all of this can tell you information about how an animal was growing. And because, you know, all vertebrates have bones, there's not a difference in composition between our bones and that of a dinosaur. So the same structures you see in modern animal bone, you can see fossilized dinosaur bone has the same thing.
Yep.
Which is always really exciting for me to think that, you know, this bone that I'm holding in my hand, even the microscopic, you know, cellular structures are preserved. And so by doing that, you can look at dinosaur bone under a microscope and figure out how fast it was growing. Bone has tree rings. Well, they're not like, they are like tree rings, but they're not from a tree.
Yeah, so we call them lines of arrested growth, or lags for short.
So these are rings that happen every year when an animal stops growing, and
or at least is not growing as
and
fast.
Then figure out how old that animal was when it died. So they look a lot like tree rings. So that's the reference there. But it's a really cool field or subfield, and yeah, I'm super excited to be part of it.
Awesome. And here she's explaining how this works.
Growing. I actually have some props because I was wondering if someone was going to be concerned that I was actually cutting a bone. So this is a Maiasaura, a duckbill dinosaur humerus.
Upper arm bone.
So one of my graduate students is trying to figure out how the forearm of...
Yeah, Mini Pie, that's... Here, let's find your humerus, huh? Huh? Where's your humerus? Where's your upper arm bone? That's right here. That's right here. It's right there. Yeah, right. You're... Oh, hold still. I'm trying to do an anatomy lesson. Here. It's right here. There's your upper arm right there. Yeah. Yeah. Humerus, radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. And you got your unguals, your claws, too. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow.
Of Maiasaura was growing. So he's done some histology on this, and the really cool thing is when you remove a piece of bone,
Should get an
you can
X-ray
make a
for the
molded
cats.
cast of
That'd be
that
fun.
piece, which replicates
You want to get X-rayed?
the original in
Yeah?
every way, every detail, and
Yeah?
then you can reinsert that piece back into the bone.
Should see if we can find a portable X-ray machine. Put that on the Amazon wish list. We can have an X-ray cat cam. How cool would that be? Look at all your different bones, Mini Pie. Yeah, rather than just being like a dark void and the covering up the frame. Would you like that? Yeah. Maybe X-ray cat? Yeah, it's just a little radiation. A little radiation never hurt anybody. That's not true. It's not true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Good stuff. Okay, let's go back to what Holly was saying here because it is important.
Histology on this, and the really cool thing is when you remove a piece of bone, you can make a mold and cast of that piece, which replicates the original in every way, every detail, and then you can reinsert that piece back into the bone.
Yep.
More recently, we have even more high-tech options like 3D scanning, which digitizes the specimen and the piece that you can take out, so you have a complete digital record of the bone. Some museums ask that we paint the cast and then reinsert it.
Mark SR20, thanks for dropping in. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Some museums ask that we paint the cast and then reinsert it. So in this bone, this middle piece right here is the cast piece.
Nice.
So you can see how it
So you
looks
wouldn't have even known that if
really
she hadn't told you.
Just continuous. The only reason you could suspect it was a replica is just the two little cut lines there, but otherwise it fits back into the bone perfectly. So that's my first pitch for why you should let me do this. And the other reason is that we would have no idea about these dinosaurs, how old they were, sometimes if they were male or female, their growth rates, their growth curves, if we didn't look inside the bone. And I've been really lucky in getting to do this. Before I went to Australia, only one polar dinosaur from Australia had ever been histologically sectioned before. And I increased that sample to 12. So that doesn't sound like much, but for paleontology, that's a nice sample. And then more recently, I've been looking at T-Rex. So I do have a plot here of
good old Tyrannosaurus.
This is a slide of a juvenile T-Rex. The tibia.
I think that's Jane there. That's Randy Ermis, but no, that's Jane, the Tyrannosaurus specimen.
As a block, so I take the bone, I embed it in a plastic resin, and then I take a thin slice.
Win528 says, "Is Holly's nickname Sawbones? Maybe we should introduce her like that if we bring her on stream." Holly Sawbones Woodward Ballard. She'd probably be a little embarrassed. I don't know. But Holly's awesome.
Out of that resin. The resin is basically there to keep the bone from crumbling. Then you glue it to a glass slide, you polish it down, and then it's so thin that light can pass through. You can put it on the microscope, and the picture I have up on the monitor behind me is actually a piece of dinosaur bone.
So this is under polarized light right here. That's why it looks all pretty like that. But here, dinosaur histology slide. It'll look like this when you're not using polarized light, but when you do use polarized light, you can get those wonderful pinks and blues and yellows like that in the center column right there in this figure. So anyway, really important stuff. This is the only real good method to tell if a dinosaur was young or old at time of death. Now, here's the question. Did these authors do this in this paper? Describing Chadititan, they're saying it's an unusually small titanosaur. Did they perform this analysis to figure out if it's just a juvenile? We'll see. Avasaurus, welcome to Paleontologizing. It sounds like you're in the right place. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. All available specimens of Chadisaurus calvoi are represented by poorly preserved and incomplete skeletons belonging to small individuals coming from different sites, but from the same stratigraphic level. Oh boy, and here we go. The well-ossified distal end of the long bones, together with the entirely fused neural arch and centrum of caudal vertebrae, are congruent with the somatic maturity of the individuals. Doesn't sound like they did histo. I realize it's a specialized procedure, and you often have to have somebody like Holly who really knows what she's doing to help out with this. You need specialized equipment and all of that, but if you really want to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that this animal was mature at time of death, you need to do histo. Like, there's no real way around it. I'm a real stickler for this kind of thing, you know? Science is about testing hypotheses, and you use the best methods available in order to do that. Yeah. Let's do a search here. The word histology only shows up twice in the whole paper, and they're both in the references section. That's not great. And just to make sure that our Control F is working properly, let's test our method here. The word specimen shows up 62 times. So yeah, Control F is definitely working. So they didn't do histo here, which is unfortunate. You know? Yeah. Unfortunate. I'm honestly a little bit doubtful that this animal was mature when it died. If you don't do histo, you don't really know that the animal was full grown. So the small size of this animal, even though there are multiple individuals represented, each from fragmentary remains, they could just be juveniles, you know? And the other, like, autapomorphies in the skeleton, these, like, weird traits that are supposed to set this animal apart from every other titanosaur, these could also be just a result of being small and immature. A lot of these dinosaurs changed tremendously as they grew. It could also be a totally new species, because I think this is from a new assemblage, right? But, like, it would be nice to know that it's a juvenile if it is indeed a juvenile. Vertebral fusion and, like, the appearance of the condyles on the limb bones, it's not a reliable indicator of ontogenetic stage. It's not. I want to see histology become much more widespread as a method around the world, especially in South America. We've got so many cool titanosaurs, especially from South America. So many different kinds. Largely from the southern continents during the Cretaceous, but so many of those are from South America. I do suspect that these guys are oversplit. But science is not about suspicion, about hunches. It's about testing hypotheses, using evidence, using data. histology is one of the ways to do that. So anywho, welcome to the world, or rather, welcome back to the world. CHADITITAN. It's good to know you. Whether you are mature or immature, you might be a new species either way, just because this entire assemblage is seemingly new, which is pretty cool. But man, it would have been nice to have some histo here. To be able to say, oh yeah, for sure, this is a small sauropod, even during adulthood. I'm not an expert in sauropods, let alone titanosaur sauropods, but I do really wonder, could it just be a juvenile? Yeah. CHADITITAN Gigas. That would have been great, Deathsaurus, yeah. Yeah. Or it could have been, you know, GigaChatotitan. And that way you could still honor Jorge Calvo with the species name. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Again, let's look at some depictions of this animal. We've already got a good number of illustrations. This is the one that was with the press release for the paper, showing this entire ecosystem here. Plants and animals alike, all these different critters. Mammals and turtles and snails, more turtles and more turtles. A lungfish and a cool, like, Neosuchian crocodilomorph there. Got a pterosaur flying overhead, a theropod in the background. This is lovely. Really nice. A great image to accompany the press release. Now on Instagram, you've got this. Instagram images often don't like to embiggen properly, so we'll have to ignore that one. Yeah, we've got one already from DeviantArt. Again, this animal was only published on, what, March 9th, I think it was? And we've already got a lot of different images. People are excited about this critter. We're gonna figure out what formation it's from too. Make sure this is a new assemblage. I think it is, but I want to actually check. And then you've got your goofy ones like we were looking at. But yeah, good stuff. CHADITITAN. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Avasaurus says, I think the croc is going to eat that turtle. It's already eating a lungfish. It's got a lungfish there on the bank. Just in front of its forelimbs. I think it's going to eat that. I think that's the idea. Yeah. And that's what you found? No, One Fun Panda. This is a crew from Argentina. This is nothing to do with my recent work in Utah. No. Again, we've got a lovely CGI rendering of this environment too. There's CHADITITAN there, little turtle submerging. Lovely. This is so cool. Very nice. Proper Paleo GDY treatment. A lot of our new South American dinosaurs and other critters covered by this digital artist who does impressive work. He or she is, they are very talented. Yeah. Nice stuff. Very nice. 3D work is amazing. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Anyhow. Can you link the video? You bet. That's right there. It's also linked in the press release, which I put in the chat earlier. Here's a link to the actual paper. And then here's the press release in the chat for you, too. And the video is right there in the press release. Yeah. Cool stuff. And now, oftentimes with brand new dinosaurs, it's worth it to look these critters up on Wikipedia too, because sometimes the references will hold things. There's no surprises this time, I guess. Oh, well, actually, no. From National Geographic. Nice. Okay. So here's a link to the actual paper that we were looking at. And here's a different press release here. All right, we'll take a look at this. Excellent. See, this didn't show up in Google News, but there it is. In the Wikipedia article. New gentle giant dinosaur uncovered in Patagonia alongside rare collection of ancient life. Team of 18 interdisciplinary specialists, including National Geographic explorer Diego Pol, have unearthed a new titanosaur in the Anacleto Formation of northern Patagonia. The Anacleto Formation is not one that I'm familiar with. This might be the first time it's really been published on in depth, like trying to, you know, describe the whole fauna. So the team has identified a new long-necked dinosaur species, CHADITITAN calvoi. Not just a new species, new genus and species. The new species, whose name means Titan of the Salts, owing to its discovery near an extensive salt flat, is an herbivorous titanosaur belonging to the Rhynchosaurian group. We know this already. We talked about this. Its well-preserved bones show that it had elongate vertebrae and delicate limb bones that set it apart from its relatives. I don't know how delicate they were, but they're not as robust as some other titanosaurs for certain. In addition, Pol and the team of researchers also uncovered the first fossil record of Neocyclotidae, family of tropical land snails. I kind of breezed past that in the paper. And the first undisputed record of the subulinid genus of Leptinaria, kind of small, tropical, air-breathing land snail. So we know I don't get super excited about mollusks, but I'm glad this is in here. These are important components of this ecosystem, even if they're not what I work on, you know? Even if they're far outside what I work on. These findings were among a trove of fossils that shed light on the ecosystem of the time and the diversity of ancient life that coexisted with CHADITITAN in the Anacleto Formation roughly 78 million years ago. So to give you some context here, we'll pull up our stratigraphic chart. It's the history of our planet. Of course, this goes way back to the formation of our planet Earth, about 4.5 billion years ago. We're here at the very top. You and me and Twitch.tv are within those black pixels up there. The Holocene stage. Well, this even after this, anyway. Of the Quaternary period, Cenozoic era. The Mesozoic, before that, is the age of the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs first evolved probably about here, about 240 million years ago. In the end of the Middle Triassic or thereabouts. Then you've got the Jurassic, when dinosaurs take over the Earth. The very, very beginning of the Jurassic is represented in those rocks that I was digging in St. George, Utah last week. Hopefully I'll be returning in a couple weeks to get there. But, anywho, yeah. Beginning of the Jurassic is when dinosaurs really take over the Earth. And they hold on to it through the Cretaceous until their extinction, except for a handful of birds, 66 million years ago. Our new dinosaur here, which is about, 78 million years old, is from the Campanian stage of the Upper Cretaceous. Roughly 78 million years ago, yeah. So the collection of fossils collected here includes gar, lungfish, turtles, crocodile relatives, dinosaurs, snails, and clams. Deposited in a small pond surrounded by sand dunes and palm trees in what was an otherwise arid environment. but kind of a desert kind of setting here. This is an oasis in the desert. In addition to CHADITITAN, the fossils were identified of mollusks, fish, and turtles. This enriches our understanding of this ancient ecosystem and expands our knowledge of life in Patagonia near the end of the dinosaur era, said explorer Diego Pol. I like how they... National Geographic. Oh, he's a National Geographic explorer. I realize that's a cool thing to be, but like, it sounds a little bit pretentious when they capitalize the word, like the E in explorer. Just by looking at the presence or absence of species in an area can suggest what makes the environment unique. In this case, the abundance of turtles and the scarcity of crocodiles, compared to regions in Europe and North America during the same period, further highlights how Patagonian ecosystems were distinct as the continents drifted apart during the Cretaceous. We read this in the other press release, but yeah. Very cool. Press kit. Oh, did they mean to put a link there? Okay, interesting. You can download their press kit here. Field videos vertical. Oh, cool. Huh. This is a video of some of their fieldwork. So they're searching for...
una colita articulada como Belly. Así que bueno, está por allá en esa parte blanca, en la parte de atrás. Y bueno, vamos a ir a sacarlo y a ver si aparece algo más, que esperemos que aparezca algo más.
Very cool. This is really neat. Doing some jacketing here.
No.
Oh, so they're taking some of the... Are they opening a jacket? What are they doing? Maybe they're just trying to cut the kind of like pie crust off? Or... Are they going to try and flip this now? No. The jacket doesn't... Is it done? Is it wrapped in duct tape? What's going on here? There we go, they're going for the flip. Oh. Since it's too heavy to lift up, I think they're trying to roll it into the back of the truck or something. Maybe that explains why it's coated with duct tape like this. Or plastic wrap or whatever that is. I think they're trying to roll it, just turn it end over end enough times. Maybe? Although it doesn't look like it's bottom jacketed. Was that a flip? Yeah, that was a flip. Interesting. This is not quite how any crew that I've worked with does things. But I've never worked in Argentina before, you know? When in Rome, I guess. It was the Romans. Nice. Really cool to see this. Again, if you want to take a look at this stuff yourself, here is a link right there. Really neat. Going through their supplies and stuff here. Yeah, very cool. It's kind of an inside peek into fieldwork there in Argentina. Very, very cool. Yeah. Starman wants to know, what is the absolute oldest dinosaur found so far? It's also from Argentina. I don't know if it's from the Patagonia region, but it's from the Ischigualasto Formation of Argentina. The Valley of the Moon. which is... I'm looking for a map here. Anyway, the critter's Eoraptor. The oldest undisputed dinosaur yet found is little Eoraptor. This is a little, presumably mostly meat-eating dinosaur that lived in the upper Triassic. It may or may not have had feathers like this. We don't have well-preserved enough specimens to have any kind of integument, be they scales or feathers. But yeah. So far, we know that this is not the first dinosaur. It's a little bit later than the first dinosaur, because it already is starting to develop some kind of sauropod-type features. This is the, as far as I know, the oldest, well, it is the oldest known sauropodomorph. So it's from ancestors like this that, that massive, supermassive titanosaurs like Patagotitan evolved. Like 150 plus million years later. This is a sauropod here. Sauropods were the biggest animals to ever walk the earth. The biggest ones were bigger than whales, at least in terms of length. I would argue in terms of weight, too, because whales don't weigh much. They're literally weightless in the ocean. But that's a discussion for another time. Eoraptor, right here, is the oldest undisputed dinosaur that we have thus far. There are other bits and pieces of potential earlier dinosaurs, but we can't really say with absolute certainty that those were dinosaurs. The thing is, the further back you go in time, the earlier and earlier your dinosaurs get, the less dinosaur-y they look, you know? So when we have other critters like, who am I thinking of from Tanzania? Nyasasaurus. We don't know if this animal actually is a true dinosaur or just a very close relative of the first dinosaurs. The skeleton of it is not at all complete, and the bones are very poorly preserved. We don't know whether or not Nyasasaurus actually is a dinosaur. It's older than Eoraptor. At least we think so, from the putatively Middle Triassic Manda Formation of Tanzania. That may be the earliest known dinosaur. But, yeah. It was first described in 1956 in Alan Cherig's doctoral thesis. We talked about Alan Cherig a little bit yesterday. He's co-describer of baryonyx, along with Angela Milner. But anyway, this animal was not formally described until 2013. So yeah, previously the oldest record of dinosaurs was from Brazil and Argentina, and dated back to the mid to late Carnian stage, about 233 to 231 million years ago. So 233 to 231 would put us right in here, the Carnian stage, right there. This critter is from earlier, I think from the Anisian, right? Whatever Nyasasaurus is, it's older, probably. Nyasasaurus comes from a deposit conventionally considered Anisian in an age, meaning that it would predate other dinosaurs by about 12 million years. But some studies cast doubt on this age, suggesting that the deposits may actually be Carnian, which would considerably reduce this temporal gap. However, this claim has been heavily disputed, and more accurate dating methods are needed to resolve the debate. Again, science is about testing ideas, and we don't have definitive tests yet to really be able to figure this out beyond the shadow of a doubt. Whether this is a dinosaur and how old exactly it is. Let's see if we can find the original paper and I can show you how crummy looking the fossils are. Yeah. You gotta love a journal article, a paper with a question mark in the title. The oldest dinosaur? Question mark? A Middle Triassic dinosauriform from Tanzania. So we know it looks a lot like a dinosaur should, but is it actually a true dinosaur? Did it actually evolve from that first ancestral dinosaur, or is it just closely related? It's hard to say. And we've got photos of some of those bones. They're better preserved than I thought, actually. And they did do histo on them. Yeah, they did a histological analysis, which is excellent. But yeah, most of these are pretty crummy looking. So we're not dealing with a lot of good material here. That's probably your best preserved bone right there. Which is, what, a humerus? Yeah, right humerus in anterior and posterior views. Anterior, posterior. Front and back views. So is this animal, Neosaurus, is it actually a true dinosaur? We don't know. We need more fossils. It kind of always comes back to that. We always need more specimens. But yeah. Anyhow. Gimblake says, I do love a question mark in a title. Much better than a declarative statement that isn't supported. Agreed, Gimblake. Agreed. Avasaurus says, what's the consensus on Dilophosaurus? I know there was some debate as to whether or not it had feathers. Oh, we don't know, Avasaurus, yeah. We were kind of just talking about this yesterday. We had a piece of fossil news concerning, like, the origin of feathers in dinosaurs. Right now, there's still a lot of uncertainty when feathers first evolved in dinosaurs. We know that many dinosaurs absolutely did have feathers. A lot of them at this point. Something like 60 different species of dinosaurs had feathers. It's not showing up in my history. From being buggy. Maybe I didn't show this the other day. Maybe I'm misremembering. Anyhow.
The idea that dinosaurs like Velociraptor were fully feathered is no longer at all controversial. We currently know of about 60 dinosaur species that are completely
probably closer to 80
feathers,
now.
just like modern birds.
Yeah, a lot of dinosaurs had feathers. A whole bunch of different theropod dinosaurs, the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs, the group that birds evolved from, the group that includes birds. But we also have evidence that other kinds of dinosaurs had feathers too. Dinosaurs like Culindrodromeus, which is from on the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree. This is a little beaky plant-eating ornithischian dinosaur. So if dinosaurs on opposite sides of the family tree had feathers, that kind of suggests that feathers might be an ancestral trait of all dinosaurs.
When Jurassic Park, which may or may not be related to bird feathers, and this one, found last year, has even more complex feather-like filaments.
Yeah.
These fossils may indicate that feather precursors date back to some of the dinosaurs' earliest common ancestors.
So it could be that the very, very first dinosaurs to evolve already had feathers. And thus, all of the dinosaurs ancestrally would have had feathers as kind of a hand-me-down, an evolutionary hand-me-down. And certain groups like the Thyreophorans, the armored dinosaurs, the sauropods, maybe they lost those. And so maybe a lack of feathers is actually a derived trait in dinosaurs. Maybe that's like a special thing. You have to specially evolve, is to get rid of your feathers. Maybe feathers are the default, so to speak. Like, that's, you know, that's stock on dinosaurs, potentially. Like, yeah, that comes standard. You don't have to pay extra for that. To get rid of your feathers, that's extra. We don't know. There's an idea that feathers predate the first dinosaurs, too. So there's an idea that your pterosaurs, your flying reptiles, we know they had some kind of filamentous, hairy type covering that looks very similar to the filamentous, hairy type proto-feathers of certain dinosaurs, like Sinosauropteryx. Is this the same thing? Did dinosaurs and pterosaurs both inherit this from their common ancestor right here? Did pterosaurs and dinosaurs both get that from the same place? Could the first dinosaurs have actually been feathered? Like we see in, in kind of speculative reconstructions like in here. I like this a lot. This is In the Presence of Dinosaurs by Larry Felder and John Collegrand. But here you've got what looks like Coelophysis or some kind of coelophysoid with kind of hairy feathers right there, along some non-dinosaurs here. These are some kind of crocodile-y type guys. And you've got a fuzzy, feathery dinosaur there. Yeah. All those fuzzy feathers. Where do they all come from? Could it be that baby hadrosaurs had feathers too? To keep them warm, just like kind of fuzz on baby chicks? We don't know. Like, we don't have good enough fossils yet. Here's a depiction of Eoraptor. That first, the earliest unequivocal dinosaur that we have so far. The earliest undisputed dinosaur. Here it is, with feathers in this depiction. Maybe feathers are the ancestral trait, like an ancestral trait of dinosaurs.
Change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Arid, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. I really appreciate it. And in this, getting back to Dilophosaurus, we've got... this is really lovely. These semi-anodid fishes. I forgot about this. This is what we were digging up last week in Utah, are these fishes. And it's this kind of environment here. There's a coelophysoid dinosaur there, again with feathers. We don't know if they had this, but it makes sense if you think about it in a certain way. There it is, looking for some fishes. Standing there kind of like a heron. Yeah. And, yeah, look at that lovely Eubrontes track there. Nice. Again, going back to last week and what we were finding there. There we go. Dilophosaurus with feathers. We don't know if these animals had feathers or not. We don't have any kind of integument, any kind of skin or anything preserved for Dilophosaurus. So we don't know whether or not these animals had feathers. This is speculative. This artist says, yeah, I'm gonna illustrate them with feathers because it makes sense to me. And you can make a solid argument that these animals probably did have feathers, but we don't really know at this point. We don't. It's speculation. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. If I had to guess either way, whether dinosaurs ancestrally had feathers, I'd say, yeah, probably. But we don't know for certain. So this also gets into another bit of fossil news we were talking about a few weeks ago. Let's see. I think it was here. From dinosaurs to birds, the origin of feathers remains a mystery. Yeah, some scientists propose that feathers originated in a common ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs, suggesting all later descendants inherited the potential to grow feathers, though some lost it over time. That's that one scenario I was proposing to you. That maybe feathers come from the common ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs. Their common ancestor there first evolved those filamentous feathers. Others argue that pterosaurs did not have true feathers, meaning the structures observed on them might be something else. A third viewpoint holds that feathers emerged solely within theropods, the meat-eating dinosaurs, the group that includes well-known predators like Velociraptor and Tyrannosaurus. To resolve these debates, better fossil evidence from earlier time periods is essential. Most known feathered dinosaur fossils date to the Cretaceous period, yet feathers may have evolved well before then. Well, of course they evolved well before then. They evolved at least in the Jurassic, because we've got our earliest birds in the Jurassic, and our earliest feathered dinosaurs in the Jurassic. Like, earliest unequivocal feathered dinosaurs, things like Anchiornis are from the late Jurassic. Finding older specimens could clarify whether feathers appeared at the dawn of dinosaur evolution, or surfaced only in one branch of the family tree. So did early dinosaurs have feathers? Defining a true feather? All of these things are really important to really be able to, like, frame this question in a way that will be answerable with the evidence that we have, or the evidence we might find soon. This is a nice little summary of that, Avasaurus, so take a look at that link. And if you're fascinated by this topic, that's a great place to start. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Let me know if anybody else has got any other questions. Oh, an interesting, Dr. Tara. I haven't seen this yet. It's just come out today. A new Notosuchian crocodiliform from the early Paleocene of Patagonia, just after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, and the survival of a large-bodied terrestrial lineage across the KPG mass extinction. What? Cool.
In the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta.
Hey, hibiscus.
Home of the big plant eaters and of the monsters who chased them.
Thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Good stuff. Yeah. And this came out tomorrow, says Flem Cantango. Yeah, March 26th. This paper did come out in the future. Tomorrow, at least where I am. It's already the 26th in Australia right now. But not in Argentina, and that's presumably where this is from. So we've got a Cebicid croc that made it across the KPG boundary. I was just talking earlier on today's stream about how at the end of the Cretaceous, it's mostly small creatures that survive. It's animals above about 40 pounds, 20 kilos or so. They almost all go extinct. Like, around the world. At least, that's what it looks like when we look at fossil assemblages from North America, and from Europe, and from Asia. But things might be different down south, in Gondwana, the southern continents. South America, Antarctica, Australia. This is a suggestion that that rule might not hold for the whole planet. There might have been large-bodied animals that survived in certain places around the world. So, Cebicid Notosuchians. These are these crocs. Yeah. they're cool animals. During the,
In the early 1900s.
They make it into the age of mammals, and they become some of the top predators on land. Again, these are not dinosaurs, they're relatives of crocodiles. But they are like land-dwelling crocs. They were running around doing their carnivorous thing. Some of them, I think, even go herbivorous, potentially. But pretty neat. And they occupy some of the large-bodied carnivore niches. Some of them existed during the age of the dinosaurs. Some of them make it through the extinction event. So Cebicid Notosuchians are the only terrestrial crocodiliforms to survive the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction 66 million years ago, which eliminated large-bodied species above approximately 5 kilos. I wasn't being generous enough. Every critter above 5 kilos, 10 pounds, was wiped out more or less around the world in terrestrial ecosystems. Early Cebicid evolution is unclear due to the scarcity of remains from both sides of the boundary. We present the stratigraphically earliest post-extinction Notosuchian record. So these are the first of these crocky guys from after the asteroid. From the lower Paleocene Salamanca Formation of Patagonia. Teucensuchus salamancensis, new genus, new species, has unique features, including a skull roof with elevated lateral margins, an accessory peg and socket articulation between the postorbital and posterior palebral. Our phylogenetic analysis allies Teucensuchus with the clade of predatorial crocodiliforms from the Eocene of Europe, and possibly of Africa, as Eremasuchus may also belong to this clade. Interesting. Very cool. We estimate a body mass of around 300 kilos, so like 600 pounds plus, for Teucensuchus, one of the largest known Notosuchians. Phylogenetic optimization of Notosuchian body size change reconstructs a Cretaceous Paleogene boundary crossing Cebicasuchian lineage with an estimated mass between 332 and 443 kilos. Holy cow. So this provides the first support for the survival of a large-bodied terrestrial vertebrate lineage across the KPG boundary. So interesting, what they're doing here is they're running an analysis where they say, well, if this critter is this big just after the extinction event, like, they couldn't get that big that fast. They must have also existed earlier and been big, and they're just big across the boundary. Which I kind of wonder about. I mean, I'm unfamiliar with that kind of analysis, and I'm not sure I necessarily... It sounds a little speculative, but again, I'm not an expert on this. I'm just... It turns my suspicion up just a little bit, you know? Yeah. Interesting. Let's take a look at some of their figures here. Okay. Dorsal view of skull elements. Right here. So this is like, what, a skull roof? Frontals. Yeah, okay. Frontals, palebrals.
Hello, I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Varmint, thank you so much for the 52 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Varmint. It's a long time. 54 months. Impressive. Appreciate you, Varmint. Excellent. Here, let's get back to this. So skull roof. So it looks like they've only... Oh, postcranial skeleton. I was just about to say, it looks like they've only got skull bits, but partial remains of 6 cervical, neck vertebrae, and 8 caudal, tail vertebrae are preserved. These vertebrae are amphicoelious and the remains are heavily damaged, but nonetheless it is possible to identify their corresponding region in the vertebral column based on the morphology of the vertebral centra. So the middles of the vertebrae are well preserved enough that we can tell where in the vertebral column they're from. Are they from the neck? Are they from the back? Are they from the tail or the hips? We can figure that out. fragments of 14 phalanges, finger or toe bones, are preserved, 6 of which are ungual phalanges. So 6 of which are claws. They don't know if it's from the hand or the foot. But yeah. And they shunted more detailed description and figures of the postcranial elements to the supplemental material. So like the appendix to the paper. It's kind of funny. But like, yeah, the skull is the important part here. We've got other bones. Nobody really cares about those. It's the skull that's important. Fair, I guess. If they only had a skull, I would have really asked, seriously, could this animal just have a really big head? Could it be like a bobblehead cebecid crocodile form? Like, did it just have a freakishly big noggin? But no, they've got bones from the rest of the body too. A few bones here and there, so got some idea that this animal did have fairly normal proportions, which is cool. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. I do kind of wonder about that. Yeah, body mass estimation and optimization. I'm unfamiliar with this methodology, and I don't know if I want to trust it right off the bat. The anteroposterior length of the frontal and DCL are strongly positively correlated with the length of the skull in all known cebecid taxa. So basically, you can estimate the size of the skull based on the fragments that we have because there's a consistent kind of relationship between those measurements and total skull measurements in all other known species. So they're assuming here that the same holds true for this critter too, which sounds like a safe assumption. Paralleling the large morphological disparity in cranial anatomy of Cebecidae, we note that the range of body masses among Cebesoidians is larger than that of other Notosuchian clades. Alright. Optimization of body mass on our phylogenetic topology. Okay. The base of the Cebecidae node is optimized between 147 and 280 kilos during the late Cretaceous, and there is an increase along the basal nodes of Cebesoidea. So the optimized body mass of the lineage that crosses the KPG boundary ranges between 332 and 443 kilos. I don't know enough about this group to know if this is a safe assumption to make. But interesting stuff. Yeah. Huh. But pretty cool. So there's a solid chance that this is the exception to the rule. Like, oh yeah, all of the critters that weighed more than 5 kilos, about 12 pounds, at the end of the Cretaceous, all of them died. It was only the small that survived. This might be a big animal that survived the KPG extinction. Teucansuchus, we're probably not going to get any images of this critter as of yet. No, but who is our other critter there? Starts with a D. Dentaniasuchus. Nope. Dentaniasuchus. I'm only typing it because the copy and paste didn't work for whatever reason. But yeah. This animal got big. There's a lovely depiction of it there. That's really cool. From, oh, you can buy an image of this. Super neat. Super neat. There it is, chasing an early horse, it looks like. Can't open in a new tab. But yeah. A cool critter. certainly. And probably one of the reasons why they got so big is that they didn't have competition from dinosaurs on land anymore. This is Barinasuchus, but same idea. In the ecological vacuum left by the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for some birds, these guys could go nuts and get big. You know, it's free real estate. Yeah, in that situation, when all your competitors die out, holds your oyster. It's free real estate. So yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, even if they widely overestimated, it's still an animal of at least 100 kilos, which is bigger than anything right out of the asteroid impact. Yeah. Either way, it's... like, this is cool. This is really cool. So very neat. Not a dinosaur, but cool new critter. Welcome to the world. Teucansuchus salamancensis. Again, here is a link to the paper in Proc B. Proceedings of the Royal Society B. Open access, no paywall. Check it out. Anyhow. And what do they mean by optimization? I think they're basically just trying to find like an optimized range for how big that is, given the species that come after and before, and how big this animal is too. There might be something in there about like how quickly animals get big after an extinction event or something. I don't know what kind of numbers they're pumping into that. Again, it's outside of my realm of expertise. I don't do this kind of analysis. Well, I've never used those methods before, which is why I'm a little bit like, I don't know. But yeah, again, if you want to get the full story on that, you can check out the actual paper. And chances are we're going to have some press releases about this. I don't think this is going to go unnoticed by the scientific press. I think here, we might even have something already. Let me check the news sites. All right, nothing there yet. Try phys.org. Nothing there either. But we'll probably see some press releases about this soon, and that might even... maybe we'll have a simplified explanation from the paper's authors. So even people like me who don't really do this kind of analysis can understand it. Yeah. Anyway. And how'd they fail, though, says Flem Candango? What do you mean? Like, how did this group go extinct? I don't know. I don't know enough about Sebecids. Yeah, Sebecidae. This article is just a stub. Shoot. Yeah. I would guess it has something to do with a changing climate. Given that these guys were presumably ectothermic, cold-blooded, I wouldn't be shocked if they go extinct around the same time that that you get the Great American Biotic Interchange. Or it might even be earlier than that. It might even be like during the grasslandification of the Americas. There's a major climate event that happens after the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, where Earth's climate dries out a bit and becomes a bit colder. Not an ice age, but there's things cooling down and drying out a bit. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's when these guys disappear. Yeah. They're known from the late Cretaceous and the Cenozoic of Europe and South America. And they were diverse, abundant, and broadly distributed in South America, mostly Argentina, Brazil, and Bolivia during the Cenozoic, from the Paleocene until at least the Middle Miocene. Although it has been suggested that at least some forms could have survived until the Miocene-Pliocene boundary in Brazil. That's really late. Interesting. But during the Middle Miocene, I betcha you've got climatic changes happening. Yeah, during this period, a sharp drop in global temperatures took place. There we go. That would make a lot of sense. Anytime you've got some big non-dinosaur reptiles that just suddenly kind of disappear, often that has something to do with climate. And it's not necessarily that, like, oh, things just got too cold for them, so they died. It's probably more like the habitat changed as things dried out and got colder. And the sort of habitat that they're used to, that they're well adapted for, those habitats just disappear. And you might get relic populations that survive in certain warmer, more tropical places for a while. But yeah. It's important to remember that, like, during times in Earth history, think about, like, the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. You had crocodiles as far north as, like, the Arctic Circle. You had palm trees up there. Like, it was outright tropical in, like, northern Alaska during that time. And the species of palm tree and crocodilian and stuff that lived up there at the time, they either migrated out as the temperature changed, or they went extinct. On our planet Earth, change is the only constant. Earth's climate is always changing. The animals and the plants and the other organisms are always changing to adapt to that too. And sometimes they end up changing the climate through changing the composition of the atmosphere. That's what we're doing right now as human beings, unfortunately, is changing Earth's climate like insanely fast by geological standards. This is not Earth's climate changing over millions of years. It's changing over decades. And we're doing that, and it's a serious problem. But anyway, I'm not going to climb up too far onto that soapbox right now. We got to wrap up this stream. I've got some other stuff I got to do tonight. And I've got some emails to send and some projects I got to work on. So let me leave you with this closing thought at least. Paleontology is the best tool that we have for understanding the history of life on Earth. And paleontology gives us context so that if we observe changes around us in the modern day, we can have a good sense for how dramatic those changes really are compared to what's happened in Earth's distant past. Without paleontology, we don't have that. There's that old phrase that, what was it? You don't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. And that's true, I think. Paleontology tells us where we've been. It's incredibly important. Not just to satisfy our very human curiosity about the world around us, but it's potentially the key to our continued survival here on our planet. If we can figure out what's happened to all of these different organisms that existed long before us, if we can figure out what drove them to extinction, maybe we can help avoid extinction ourselves. I don't know about you, but I think that's pretty important. Anyway, Thanks for watching. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science right now. But, yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up our broadcast. Here's a Deinonychus skull to run our credits over. There we go. And let's see who else is live on Twitch at the moment. Who have we got? Is Reiko still on? It's Reiko's birthday right now. Birthday stream. Although, I really like to raid into Reiko on Wednesdays. I already wished him happy birthday today. Why don't we go check in with... There we go, Constababble is on right now. We'll see what she's up to. Down in Australia. And fight, Roshan, fight. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you. Clicking that follow button. Thank you to everybody in our credits. New followers, moderators. Thank you for keeping this train on its tracks today. Appreciate your hard work and your attention, mods. Thank you to the cheerers and the gifters, subscribers and the resubscribers. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you more than you know. Today's stream was a lot of fun for me. I hope it was fun for you too. We'll be doing more fossil news tomorrow. We might even talk about that brand new weirdo two-fingered therizinosaur. And, oh, and shoot, hopefully we'll be doing Marsh Madness too. I did not get to that today. And we're running out of days in March. But anyway, we'll continue with Othniel Charles Marsh's dinosaurs soon. Again, thank you everybody, and let's go check in with Constababble. Talking about climate science, science communication. It's always a good time over at Constababble. I'll see you there, everybody.